You sing first, I guess. I sit down. Krishna, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Shri Radha Gopinath ki, Shri Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanandi.
Welke wil je hebben? Oh ja, die heb ik ook nog voor. Die nog steeds niet is. Nee?
Jaya Radhe, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan.
Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Jaya Ram, Jaya Krishna, Jaya Vrindavan, Shri Govinda, Gopinatha, Madana Mohan. Shri Govinda, Gopinatha, Madana Mohan. Shri Govinda, Shama Kunda, Radha Kunda, Giri Govardhan, Shama Kunda, Radha, Kalindi Jamuna, Jaya Jaya Mahava, Kalindi Jamuna, Jaya Keshighata Vamshivata, Dvadasakhana, Keshighata, Jaha Sabalila, Kaila, Shri Nanda Nanda, Jaha Sabalila, Shri Nandaya Shoda Jaya, Jaya Gopagan, Shri Nandaya Shoda, Shri Damadi Jaya, Jaya Denuvatsa God, Shri Damadi Jaya, Jaya Rishabhanu Jaya, Kirtida Sundari, Jaya Rishabhanu, Jaya Purnamasi, Jaya Bhiranagari, Jaya Purnamasi, Jaya 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 Gopishwara Vrindavana Maj Jaya Jaya Gopishwara Vrindavana Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Batudveja Raj Jaya Jaya Krishna Jaya Rama Ghata Jaya Rohini Nandan Jaya Rama Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Vasi Jata Jaya 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 Dvija Patni Jaya Nagakanya Jaya Dvija Bhakti Teja Hara Paila Shri Nanda Nanda Bhakti Teja Hara Govinda Chara Bhakti Teja Hara Paila Govinda Chara Bhakti Teja Hara Paila Shri Rasa Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shyam Shri Rasa Mandala Shri Rasa Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Shyam Jaya Jaya Rasa Leela Sarvamanora Jaya Jaya Jala Rasa Sarva Rasa Sai Jaya Jaya Jala Rasa Sarva Rasa Sai Parakya Bhave Yaha Brajte Prachar Shri Janava Pada Padma Kuriyasmara Shri Janava दास को है नाम संकीर्तन। दीन कृष्ण दीन कृष्ण दास को है नाम संकीर्तन। दीन कृष्ण दास को है नाम संकीर्तन। जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन। जय राधे जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन। जय राधे श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन। श्री गोविंद गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai, Shri Shri Gaurnitai ki jai, Shakanath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki jai, Gaur Premanande Hari.
Lord Krishna is the beloved son of Mother Yashoda, the transcendental lover in the land of Braja, the delight of Gokul, Kana, a nickname of Krishna, the wealth of the lives of the gopis, and he steals the mind of even Cupid and punishes the Kaliya serpent. These pure holy names of Lord Hari are full of sweet nectarian pastimes. Krishna is the Lord of the 12 forests of Braja. He's ever youthful and is the best of lovers. He's always playing on a flute and he is an excellent dresser. Krishna is the protector of the inhabitants of Braja, the destroyer of various demoniac dynasties, the keeper and tender of Nanda Maharaj's cows, the giver of pleasure to the cows, land, and spiritual senses, the husband of the goddess of fortune, the buttered thief, and the beautiful cowherd boy of Nanda Maharaj. Krishna wanders along the banks of the river Yamuna. He stole the garments of the young damsels of Braja, who are bathing there. He delights in the mellow of the rasa dance, and he's very merciful. The lover and beloved of Srimati Radharani, the great dancer of Vrindavan, and the shelter and only refuge of Thakur Bhakti Vinod.
Yashomati Nandana Vrajavaranagar Gokula Ranjana
Yashmati Nandana Prajavarana Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manohara Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manohara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Kaliya Damana Vidhana Amala Harinama Miya Vilasa Amala Harinama Miya Vilasa Vipina Purandana Navina Nagaravara Vipina Purandana Navina Nagaravara Vamsivadana Subhasa Vamsivadana Subhasa Brajavara Brajajana Palana Surakula Nashana Brajajana Palana Surakula Nashana Nanda Godana Rakhuvala Nanda Godana Rakhuvala Sundarananda Gopala Sundarananda Gopala Sundarananda Gopala Oh, Sundarananda Gopala Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanara Yamuna Tatachara Gopi Vasanara Rasa Rasika Kripa Maya Rasa Rasika Kripa Maya Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natavara Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavana Natavara Bhakti Vinodashraya Oh Bhakti Vinodashraya Yashomati Nandana Vrajabaranagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Yashomati Nandana Vrajabaranagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Oh Gokula Ranjana Kana Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manara दमन विधाना ओ कालिय दमन विधाना Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada
Yashomati Nandana Rajavarayana Gokula Ranjana Kana Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe,
Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe
Jaya Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe.
Jaya Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe
Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Jaya Radhe
Radhe Jaya Jaya Radhe Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama
Hare Krishna Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Krishna
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Nrsimha ki jai, Shri Gopinath ki jai, Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani ki, Gaur Nitai ki jai, Nitai Gaur Pimande.
Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivati Jaya Stotra Sat Divine Grace A.C. Bhakti Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. His community founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivati Jaya Stotra Sat His Divine Grace Srimad Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai. Anantakoti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Radha Shivasati Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shama Kun Radha Kun Giri Govardhan Ki Vrindavan Dham Ki Radha Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Ram Ki Ganga Mai Ki Guru Devi Ki Tulsi Maharani Ki Shri Bhakti Devi Ki Harinam Sankirtan Ki Shri Krishna Janmashtami 2024 Ki Shri Krishna Janmashtami 2024 Ki Shri Krishna Janmashtami 2024 Ki Go Premanande Hare Krishna. So everyone would like to take a seat. You can sit where you are, but take a seat for the next. We're going to have some serious Krishna Katha. We're hearing Srila Prabhupada's Krishna book. Krishna book? No, regular seat. Parvijuru, would you like to sit on a seat? A seat or the ground? I have usually seats. Get your normal seat. Yeah, chair. Sorry, chair. And would you like to read from a book or read from the screen? Okay. Would you like to? Yes. Krishna book. Oh yeah. You want to hit the mic?
What chapter?
41.
Krishna, 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 Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare. Krishna, 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 Rakshamam. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Everyone, please chant along. Krishna, 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 Pahimam. Bolo. Krishna, 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 Pahimam. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshamam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam. Krishna, 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 Hey. Bolo. Krishna, 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 eh. Krishna, 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 Rakshamam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam. Haribol, Hare Krishna. Spreekt iedereen hier ook Engels? Everyone speaks English? Zijn er geen Nederlanders die geen Engels verstaan? Want alles is in Engels vertalen. Yeah? Okay. So we read in English, story of the Krishna book. Please come forward so that people don't walk here. Move forward so that people can go in and out there. Leave an aisle there. So leave a place for people to not here, but enter and exit there. Thank you. Please move there, then you can read. And just move that way. Thank you. So we're reading from the Krishna book. Krishna enters Mathura.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Shall I hold it in my hand otherwise? Let me try it once more. Okay. Krishna enters Mathura. No more talking, please. Hare Krishna. While Akrura was offering his prayers to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Lord disappeared from the water exactly as an expert dramatic actor changes his dress and assumes his original feature. If your child is talking, then please take him out, yeah? Thank you. After the Vishnu Murti disappeared, Akrura got out of the water. Finishing the rest of his ritualistic performance, he went near the chariot of Balaram and Krishna and was struck with wonder. Krishna asked whether he had seen something wonderful within the water or in space. Akrura said, "My dear Lord, all wonderful things that are happening within this world, either in the sky or in the water or on the land, are factually appearing in your universal form. So when I've seen you, that what wonderful things have I not seen?" This statement confirms that the Vedic version, that one who knows Krishna knows everything, and that one who has seen Krishna has seen everything, regardless of how wonderful a thing may be. "My dear Lord," Akrura continued, "there cannot be anything more wonderful than your transcendental form. When I've seen your transcendental form, what is there left to see?" After saying this, Akrura immediately started driving the chariot, and by the end of the day they reached the precincts of Mathura. As they rode from Vrindavan to Mathura, all the passers-by along the way who saw Krishna and Balaram could not help but look at them again and again, their mouths open. Because why? Because they were so beautiful. In the meantime, the other inhabitants of Vrindavan, headed by Nanda and Upananda, had already reached Mathura by going through the forest, and they were awaiting the arrival of Krishna and Balaram in a garden. Upon reaching the entrance to Mathura, Krishna and Balaram got down from the chariot and shook hands with Akrura. Krishna informed him, "You may go home now, because we shall enter Mathura later along with our associates." Akrura replied, "My dear Lord, I cannot go to Mathura alone, leaving you aside. I'm your surrendered servant. Please do not try to avoid me. Please come along with me with your elder brother and coward boyfriends and sanctify my house. My dear Lord, if you come, my home will be sanctified by the dust of your lotus feet. The water emanating from the perspiration of your lotus feet, namely the Ganga, purifies everyone, including the forefathers, the fire god and all other demigods. Bali Maharaj has become famous simply by washing your lotus feet, and he enjoyed all material opulences and later on was elevated to the highest position of liberation. The Ganga water not only sanctifies the three worlds, but is carried on the head of Lord Shiva. The ancestors of Bhagirath, sanctified by this water, achieved the heavenly planets. O Supreme Lord of Lords, O Master of the universe, one can achieve piety simply by hearing about your transcendental pastimes. O Supreme Narayan, who are praised with selected verses, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. On hearing this, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, replied, Akrura, I shall surely come to your home with my elder brother Balaram, but only after killing all the demons who are envious of the Yadu dynasty. In this way, I shall please all my relatives. Akrura became a little disappointed by these words of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but he could not disregard the order. He therefore entered Mathura and informed Kamsa about the arrival of Krishna, and then he entered his own home. After Akrura's departure, Lord Krishna, Balaram and the cowherd boys entered Mathura to see the city. They observed that the gate of Mathura was made of first-class marble, very well constructed, and that the doors were made of pure gold. There were gorgeous orchards and gardens all around, and the whole city was encircled by canals so that no enemy could enter very easily. They saw that all the crossroads were decorated with gold, and that there were copper and brass storehouses for stocking grain. And there were many rich men's houses, all appearing symmetrical, as if constructed by one engineer. The houses were decorated with costly jewels, and each and every house had nice compounds of trees bearing fruits and flowers. The corridors and verandas of the houses were decorated with silk cloth and embroidery work in jewels and pearls. In front of the balcony, windows with pigeons and peacocks walking and cooing. All the grain dealers' shops within the city were decorated with different kinds of flowers and garlands, newly grown grasses and pleasing flowers like narcissus and roses. The entrance doors of the houses were decorated with water pots filled with water, and a mixture of water, yogurt, sandalwood pulp, and flowers were sprinkled all around the doors, which were also decorated with burning lamps of different sizes. Over all the doors were decorations of fresh mango leaves and silk festoons. When the news spread that Krishna, Balaram, and the cowherd boys were within Mathura city, all the inhabitants gathered, and the ladies and girls immediately went up to the roofs of the houses to see them. They had been awaiting the arrival of Krishna, Balaram with great anxiety, and in their extreme eagerness to see Krishna, Balaram, the ladies did not dress themselves very properly. Some of them placed their clothes in the wrong place. Some anointed their eyes on one side only, and some wore ankle belts only on one leg, or wore only one earring. Thus, in great haste, not even decorated properly, they went to see Krishna from the roofs. Some of them had been taking their lunch, but as soon as they heard that Krishna and Balaram were in the city, they left their eating and ran to the roofs. Some of them were in the bathroom taking their bath, but without properly finishing their bath, they went to see Krishna and Balaram. Some were engaged in feeding their children breast milk, but they put their babies aside and went to see Krishna and Balaram. Passing by, very slowly and smiling, Lord Krishna immediately stole their hearts. He, who is the husband of the goddess of fortune, passed through the street like an elephant. For a very long time, the women of Mathura had heard about Krishna and Balaram and their uncommon characteristics, and they were very much attracted and eager to see them. And now, when they actually saw Krishna and Balaram passing on the street and saw them sweetly smiling, the ladies' joy reached the points of ecstasy. When they actually saw them with their eyes, they took Krishna and Balaram within their hearts and began to embrace them to their fullest desire. Their bodily hair stood up in ecstasy. They had heard of Krishna, but they had never seen him, and now their longing was relieved. After going up on the roofs of the palaces of Mathura, the ladies, their faces joyful, began to shower flower petals upon Krishna and Balaram. And when the brothers were passing through the streets, all the brahmanas in the neighborhood went out with sandalwood water and flowers and respectfully welcomed them to the city. All the residents of Mathura began to talk among themselves about the elevated and pious activities of the people of Vrindavan. The residents of Mathura were surprised at the pious activities the cowherd men in Vrindavan must have performed in their previous lives to be able to see Krishna and Balaram daily as cowherd boys. While Krishna and Balaram were passing in this way, they saw a washerman and dyer of clothing. Krishna was pleased to ask him for some nice clothing. He also promised that if the washerman would deliver this nice dyed cloth to him, the washerman would become very happy and all good fortune would be his. Krishna was not a beggar, nor was he in need of clothing, but by his request he indicated that everyone should be ready to offer Krishna whatever he wants. That is the meaning of Krishna consciousness. Unfortunately, this washerman was a servant of King Kamsa. And where am I? Yeah. And therefore could not appreciate the demand of Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the effect of bad association. He could have immediately delivered the clothing to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who promised him all good fortune, but being a servant of Kamsa, the sinful demon could not accept the offer, and instead of being pleased, became very angry and refused the Lord's request, saying, "Ha! How is this that you are asking for clothing which is meant for the king?" The washerman then began to instruct Krishna Balaram. "My dear boys, in the future don't be so impudent as to ask for things which belongs to the king. Otherwise you will be punished by the government men. They will arrest you and punish you, and you will be in difficulty. I have practical experience of this fact. Anyone who unlawfully wants to use the king's property is very severely punished." On hearing this, Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki, became very angry at the washerman, and striking him with the upper portion of his hand, he separated the man's head from his body. The washerman fell down dead on the ground. In this way, Lord Krishna confirmed the statement of the Brahma Samhita that every limb of his body is capable of doing everything he likes. Without a word, but simply with his hand, he cut off the head of the washerman. This is a proof of the Supreme Lord is omnipotent. If he wants to do something, he can do it without extraneous help. After this ghastly incident, the employees of the washerman immediately dispersed, leaving the clothing. Krishna Balaram took possession of it and dressed according to their choice. The rest of the clothes were offered to the cowherd boys, who also used them as they desired. What they did not use remained there. Krishna, Balaram and the boys then proceeded along the main road. In the meantime, a devotee tailor took the opportunity of service and prepared some nice clothes from the clothes for Krishna Balaram. Thus being very nicely attired, Krishna Balaram looked like elephants dressed with colorful clothing on the full moon day or the dark moon day. Krishna was very much pleased with the tailor and gave him the benediction of Sarupya Mukti, which means that after leaving his body, he would be liberated and would attain a four-handed body exactly like that of Narayan in the Vaikuntha planets. Krishna also granted him that as long as he would live, he would earn sufficient opulence to be able to enjoy his senses. By this incident, Krishna proved that those who are Krishna-conscious devotees will not be lacking material enjoyment or sense gratification. They will have sufficient opportunity for such things. But after leaving this body, they will be allowed to enter the spiritual planets of Vaikuntha Loka or Krishna Loka, Goloka Vrindavan. After dressing nicely, Krishna and Balaram went to a florist of the name Sudama. As soon as they reached the precincts of the house, the florist immediately came out and with great devotion fell down on the face to offer his respectful obeisances. He offered a nice seat to Krishna Balaram and asked his assistant to bring out flowers, betel nuts, and pulp of chandan. The florist welcomed, greatly satisfied the Lord. The florist, very humbly and submissively offered his prayers to the Lord, saying, "My dear Lord, because you have come to my place, I think that all my forefathers and all my worshipable superiors are pleased and delivered. My dear Lord, you are the supreme cause of all causes of this cosmic manifestation. But for the benefit of the residents of this earthy planet, you have appeared with your plenary portion to give protection to your devotees and annihilate the demons. You are equally disposed as a friend of all living entities. You are the super soul, and you do not discriminate between friend and enemy. Yet you are pleased to give your devotees the special result of their devotional activities. My Lord, I'm praying that you please tell me whatever you wish me to do, because I'm your eternal servant. If you would order me to do something, it would be a great favor to me." The florist Sudama was greatly pleased within his heart by seeing Krishna Balaram in his place, and thus, as his choicest desire, he made 2 exquisite garlands of various flowers and presented them to the Lord. Krishna and Balaram were very pleased with his sincere service, and Krishna offered the florist his salutation and benedictions, which he is always prepared to bestow upon the surrendered souls. When the florist was offered benedictions, he begged from the Lord that he might remain his eternal servant in devotional service, and by such service do good to all living entities. By this, it is clear that a devotee of the Lord in Krishna consciousness should not be satisfied simply by his own advancement in devotional service. He must be willing to work for the welfare of all others. This example was followed by the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. It is therefore stated in a prayer about him, Lokanam Hitakarino, Vaishnavas, or devotees of the Lord, are not selfish. Whatever benefits they derive from the Supreme Personality of Godhead as benedictions, they want to distribute to all other persons. This is the greatest of all humanitarian activities. Being satisfied with the florist, Lord Krishna not only gave him whatever benedictions he wanted, but over and above that he offered him all material opulences, family prosperity, a long duration of life, and whatever else his heart desired within the material world. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 41st chapter of Krishna. Krishna enters Mathura. Shall I continue or someone else there? Yeah. Hare Krishna. Yeah. So Krishna likes offerings. So when you come to the temple, it's just like when you have your birthday, you like some flowers or a present. So when you come to the temple, bring something, some jewelry for the deities, some flowers, some fruit. So now my god sister Nikunya Vasini will continue with the next chapter.
Hare Krishna. So, the excitement continues by chapter 42, the breaking of the bow in the sacrificial arena. After leaving the florist's place, Krishna and Balaram saw a hunchbacked young woman carrying a dish of sandalwood pulp through the streets. Since Krishna is the reservoir of all pleasure, he wanted to make all his companions joyous by cutting a joke with the hunchbacked woman. Krishna addressed her, "Oh, tall young woman, who are you? Tell me, from whom are you carrying? For whom are you carrying this sandalwood pulp in your hand? I think you should offer this sandalwood to me, and if you do so, I am sure you will be fortunate." Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and he knew everything about the hunchback. But by his inquiry, he indicated that there was no use in serving a demon. She would do better to serve Krishna and Balaram and get an immediate result of the service. The woman replied to Krishna, "My dear Shamasundar, dear beautiful dark boy, you may know that I am engaged as a maidservant of Kamsa. I am supplying him pulp of sandalwood daily. The king is very much pleased with me for supplying this nice thing, but now I see that there is no one who can better be served by this pulp of sandalwood than you two brothers." Being captivated by the beautiful features of Krishna and Balaram, their talking, their smiling, their glancing, and their other activities, the hunchbacked woman began to smear all the pulp of sandalwood over their bodies with great satisfaction and devotion. The two transcendental brothers, Krishna and Balaram, were naturally beautiful and had beautiful complexions, and they were nicely dressed in colorful garments. The upper portions of their bodies were already very attractive, and when the hunchbacked woman smeared their bodies with sandalwood pulp, they looked even more beautiful. Krishna was very much pleased by this service, and he began to consider how to reward her. In other words, in order to draw the attention of the Lord, the Krishna-conscious devotee has to serve him in great love and devotion. Krishna cannot be pleased by any action other than transcendental loving service unto him. Thinking like this, Lord Krishna pressed the feet of the hunchbacked woman with his toes and captured her cheeks with his fingers, gave her a jerk in order to make her straight. At once the hunchbacked woman became a beautiful straight girl with broad hips, thin waist, and very nice, well-shaped breasts. Since Krishna was pleased with the service of the hunchbacked woman, and since she was touched by Krishna's hands, she became the most beautiful girl amongst women. This incident shows that by serving Krishna, the devotee immediately becomes elevated to the most exalted position in all respects. Devotional service is so potent that anyone who takes to it becomes qualified with all godly qualities. Krishna was attracted to the hunchbacked woman not for her beauty, but for her service. As soon as she rendered service, she immediately became the most beautiful woman. A Krishna-conscious person does not have to be qualified or beautiful. After becoming Krishna-conscious and rendering service unto Krishna, he becomes very much qualified and beautiful. When the woman was turned by Krishna's favor into an exquisite, beautiful young girl, she naturally felt very much obliged to Krishna, and she was also attracted by his beauty. Without hesitation, she caught the rare part of his cloth and began to pull it. She smiled flirtatiously and admitted that she was agitated by lusty desires. She forgot that she was on the street and before the elder brother of Krishna and his friends. She frankly proposed to Krishna, "My dear hero, I cannot leave you in this way. You must come to my place. I am already very much attracted to your beauty, so I must receive you well. and since you are the best among males, you must also be very kind upon me." In plain words, she proposed that Krishna come to her home and satisfy her lusty desires. Krishna, of course, felt a little bit embarrassed in front of his elder brother Balaram, but he knew that the girl was simple and attracted. Therefore, he simply smiled at her words. Looking toward his cowherd boyfriends, he replied to the girl, "My dear, beautiful girl, I am very much pleased by your invitation, and I must come to your home after finishing my other business here. Such a beautiful girl as you are the only means of solace for persons like us, who are away from home and not married. Certainly, a suitable girlfriend like you can give us relief from all kinds of mental agitation." Krishna satisfied the girl in this way with sweet words. Leaving her there, he proceeded down the street of the marketplace, where the citizens were prepared to receive him with various kinds of presentations, especially betel nuts, flowers, and sandalwood pearl. The mercantile men in the market worshipped Krishna and Balaram with great respect. When Krishna was passing through the street, all the women in the surrounding houses came to see him, and some of the younger ones almost fainted, being captivated by his beauty. Their hair and tight clothing loosened, and they forgot where they were standing. Krishna next inquired from the citizens as to the location of the place of sacrifice. Kamsa had arranged for the sacrifice called Dhanur Yagya, and to designate this particular sacrifice, he had placed a big bow near the sacrificial altar. The bow was very big and wonderful and resembled a rainbow in the sky. Within the sacrificial arena, this bow was protected by many constables and watchmen engaged by King Kamsa. As Krishna and Balaram approached the bow, they were warned not to go nearer, but Krishna ignored this warning. He forcibly went up and immediately took the big bow in his left hand. After stringing the bow in the presence of the crowd, he drew it and broke it at the middle into 2 parts, exactly as an elephant breaks sugarcane in the field. Everyone present appreciated Krishna's power. The sound of the bow cracking filled both sky and land and was heard by Kamsa. When Kamsa heard what had happened, he began to fear for his life. The caretakers of the bow, who were standing by watching, became very angry, and with their respective weapons in hand, they rushed towards Krishna, shouting, "Arrest him! Arrest him! Kill him! Kill him!" Krishna and Balaram were surrounded. When they understood the sinister motives of the guards, they became angry, and taking up the 2 pieces of the broken bow, they began to beat down all of Kamsa's caretakers. While this turmoil was going on, Kamsa sent a small group of troops to assist the caretakers, but Krishna and Balaram fought with them also and killed them. After this, Krishna did not proceed further into the sacrificial arena, but went out the gate and proceeded towards their resting camp. Along the way, he visited various places in Mathura city with great delight. Seeing the activities and the wonderful prowess of Krishna, all the citizens of Mathura began to consider the 2 brothers to be demigods who had come down to Mathura, and they all looked upon them with great astonishment. The 2 brothers strolled carefree in the street, not caring for the law and order of Kamsa. As sunset approached, Krishna, Balaram, and their cowherd boyfriends went to the outskirts of the city, where all their carts were assembled. Thus Krishna and Balaram gave some preliminary hints of their arrival to Kamsa. And he could understand what severe type of danger was awaiting him the next day in the sacrificial arena. When Krishna and Balaram had been going from Vrindavan to Mathura, the inhabitants of Vrindavan had imagined the great fortune of the citizens of Mathura in being able to see the wonderful beauty of Krishna, who is worshipped by his pure devotees as well as the goddess of fortune. The fantasies of the residents of Vrindavan were now actually realized, for the citizens of Mathura became fully satisfied by seeing Krishna. When Krishna returned to his camp, he was taken care of by his servants, who washed his lotus feet, gave him a nice seat, and offered him milk and palatable dishes. After taking supper and thinking of the next day's program, he very peacefully took rest. Thus, he passed the night there. On the other side, when Kamsa came to understand about the breaking of his wonderful bow and the killing of the caretakers and soldiers by Krishna, he could partially realize the power of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He could realize that the 8th son of Devaki had appeared and that now his death was imminent. Thinking of his imminent death, he was restless the entire night. He began to have many inauspicious visions, and he could understand that Krishna and Balaram, who had approached the precincts of the city, were his messengers of death. Kamsa saw various kinds of inauspicious signs while both awake and dreaming. When he looked in the mirror, he could not see his head, although the head was actually present. He saw the luminaries in the sky in double, although there were only one set, factually. He began to see holes in his shadow, and he heard a high buzzing sound within his ears. All the trees before him appeared to be made of gold, and he could not see his own footprints in the dust or muddy clay. In dreams, he saw various kinds of ghosts being carried in a carriage drawn by donkeys. He also dreamed that someone gave him poison and he was drinking it. He dreamed also that he was going naked with a garland of flowers and was smearing oil all over his body. Thus, as Kamsa saw various signs of death, while both awake and sleeping, he could understand that death was certain, and thus, in great anxiety, he could not rest that day. Just after the night expired, he busily arranged for the wrestling match. Smart. The wrestling arena was nicely cleansed and decorated with flags, festoons and flowers, and the match was announced by the beating of kettle drums. The platform appeared very beautiful due to streamers and flags. Different types of galleries were arranged for respectable persons, kings, brahmanas, and kshatriyas. The various kings had reserved thrones, and others had arranged seats also. Kamsa finally arrived, accompanied by various ministers and secretaries, and he sat on the raised platform especially meant for him. Unfortunately, although he was sitting in the center of all his governing executive heads, his heart was palpitating in fear of death. Cruel death evidently does not care even for a person as powerful as Kamsa. When death comes, it does not care for anyone's exalted position. When everything was complete, the wrestlers who were to exhibit their skills before the assembly walked into the arena. They were decorated with very nice ornaments and dress. Some of the famous wrestlers were Chanura, Mustika, Sala, Kuta, and Toshala. Being enlivened by the musical concert, they passed through with great alacrity. All the respectable cowherd men who came from Vrindavan, headed by Nanda, were also welcomed by Kamsa. After presenting Kamsa with the milk products they had brought with them, the cowherd men also took their respective seats by the side of the king, and on a platform especially meant for them. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 42nd chapter of Krishna, the breaking of the bow in the sacrificial arena. Ki jai.
But you're scheduled a little more time-wise.
Should I do more? Because we have more.
Yeah, we go over.
Yeah?
We can do it in a few minutes.
All right, you tell me when. Because I'm just remembering the recordings from Parivida. We know these by heart practically. After taking their baths, so we're reading the next chapter 43, and it's the killing of the elephant Kuvalayapida. After taking their baths and finishing all other morning duties, Krishna and Balaram, could hear the beating of the kettle drums in the wrestling arena. They immediately prepared themselves to proceed to the spot to see the fun. When Krishna and Balaram reached the gate of the wrestling arena, they saw a big elephant of the name Kuvalayapida being tended by a caretaker riding on its head. The caretaker was deliberately blocking their entrance by keeping the elephant in front of the gateway. Krishna could understand the purpose of the caretaker, and he prepared himself by tightening his clothes before combating the elephant. He addressed the caretaker in a very grave voice, as resounding as a cloud. "You miscreant caretaker, give way and let me pass through the gate. If you block my way, I shall send you and your elephant to the house of death personified." The caretaker, being thus insulted by Krishna, became very angry, and in order to challenge Krishna, as was previously planned, he provoked the elephant to attack. The elephant then moved before Krishna like inevitable death. It rushed towards him and tried to catch him with its trunk. But Krishna very dexterously moved behind the elephant. Being able to see only to the end of its trunk, the elephant could not see Krishna hiding behind its legs. But it tried to capture him with its trunk. Krishna again very quickly escaped capture and again ran behind the elephant and caught its tail. Holding the elephant by its tail, Krishna began to pull it, and with great strength he dragged it for at least 25 yards, just as Garuda drags an insignificant snake. Krishna pulled the elephant from this side to that, from right to left, just as he used to pull a calf by its tail in his childhood. After this, Krishna went in front of the elephant and gave it a strong slap. He then slipped away from the elephant's view and ran to its back. Then, falling down on the ground, Krishna placed himself in front of the elephant's two legs and caused it to trip and fall. Krishna immediately got up, but the elephant, thinking that he was still lying down, tried to push an ivory tusk through the body of Krishna by forcibly stabbing it into the ground. Although the elephant was harassed and angry, the caretaker riding on its head tried to provoke it further. The elephant then rushed madly towards Krishna. As soon as it came within reach, Krishna caught hold of the trunk and pulled the elephant down. When the elephant and caretaker fell, Krishna jumped up on the elephant, broke off one of its tusks, and with it killed the elephant and the caretaker also. After killing the elephant, Krishna took the ivory tusk on his shoulder, decorated with drops of perspiration and sprinkled with the blood of the elephant. He looked very beautiful, and thus he proceeded towards the wrestling arena. Lord Balaram took the other tusk of the elephant on his shoulder. Accompanied by their cowherd boyfriends, they entered the arena. When Krishna entered the wrestling arena with Balaram and their friends, he appeared differently to different people according to their different relationships. With their different relationships, rasas with him. Krishna is the reservoir of all pleasure and all kinds of rasas, both favorable and unfavorable. He appeared to the wrestlers exactly like a thunderbolt. To the people in general, he appeared as the most beautiful personality. To the females, he appeared to be the most attractive male, Cupid personified, and thus he increased their lust. The cowherd men who were present there looked upon Krishna as their own kinsman, coming from the same village of Vrindavan. The impious Kshatriya kings who were present saw him as the strongest ruler and their chastiser. To the parents of Krishna, Nanda and Yasoda, he appeared to be the most loving child. And to Kamsa, the king of the Bhoja dynasty, he appeared to be death personified. To the unintelligent, he appeared to be an incapable personality. To the yogis present, he appeared to be the super soul. To the members of the Vrishni dynasty, he appeared to be the most celebrated descendant. Thus, appreciated differently by different kinds of people present, Krishna entered the wrestling arena with Balaram and his cowherd boyfriends. Having heard that Krishna had already killed the elephant Kuvalayapida, Kamsa knew beyond doubt that Krishna was formidable. He thus became very much afraid of him. Krishna and Balaram had long arms, they were beautifully dressed, and they were attractive to all the people assembled there. They were dressed as if they were going to act on a dramatic stage, and they drew the attention of all people. The citizens of Mathura city, who saw Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, became very much pleased and began to look on his face with insatiable glances, as if they were drinking the nectar of heaven. Seeing Krishna gave them so much pleasure that it appeared as if they were not only drinking the nectar of seeing his face, but were also smelling the aroma and licking up the taste of his body, and were embracing him and Balaram with their arms. They began to talk among themselves about the two transcendental brothers. For a long time they had heard of the beauty and activities of Krishna and Balaram, but now they were personally seeing them face to face. They thought that Krishna and Balaram were two plenary incarnations of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan, who had appeared in Vrindavan. The citizens of Mathura began to recite Krishna's pastimes, his birth as the son of Vasudeva. Vasudeva, his being taken into the care of Nanda Maharaj and his wife in Gokula, and all those events leading to his coming to Mathura to favor them. They spoke of the killing of the demon Putana, as well as the killing of Trinivarta, who came as a whirlwind. They also recalled the deliverance of the twin brothers from within the Yamala Arjuna trees. The citizens of Mathura spoke among themselves. Shankachuda, Keshi, Denakasura, and many other demons were killed by Krishna and Balaram in Vrindavan. Krishna also saved all the cowherd men of Vrindavan from a devastating fire. He chastised the Kaliya snake in the water of the Yamuna, and he curbed the false pride of the heavenly king Indra. Krishna held up the great Govardhan hill in one hand for 7 continuous days and saved all the people of Gokula from incessant rain, hurricanes, and hailstorm. They also began to remember other enlivening activities. The damsels of Vrindavan were so much pleased by seeing Krishna's beauty and participating in his activities that they forgot the troubles of material existence. By seeing Krishna and thinking of him, they forgot all sorts of fatigue. The Mathura citizens discussed the dynasty of Yadu, saying that because of Krishna's appearance in this dynasty, the Yadus would remain the most celebrated family in the whole universe. The citizens of Mathura then began to talk about Balaram. They spoke of his very beautiful lotus petal eyes, and they remarked of him, "This boy has killed the Pralamba demon, and many others also." While they were thus talking about the activities of Krishna and Balaram, they heard the vibrations of different bands announcing the wrestling match. The famous wrestler Chanura then began to talk with Krishna and Balaram. "My dear Krishna and Balaram," he said, "we have heard about your past activities. You are great heroes, and therefore the king has called you. We have heard that your arms are very strong. The king and all the people present here desire to see a display of your wrestling abilities. A citizen should be obedient and please the mind of the ruling king. Acting in that way, the citizen attains all kinds of good fortune. One who does not care to act obediently is made unhappy because of the king's anger. You are cowherd boys, and we have heard that while tending your cows in the forest, you enjoy wrestling with each other. We wish, therefore, for you to join with us in wrestling, so that all the people present here, including the king, will be pleased." Nearly the end? Okay. Krishna immediately understood the purpose of Chanura's statements, and he prepared to wrestle with him. But according to the time and circumstances, he spoke as follows. "You are the subject of the king of the Bhojas, and you live in the jungle. We are also indirectly his subjects, and we try to please him as far as possible. This offer of wrestling is a great favor of his, but the fact is that we are simple boys. We sometimes play in the forest of Vrindavan with our friends who are our own age. We think that to combat persons of equal age and strength is good for us, but to fight great wrestlers like you would not be good for the audience. It would contradict their religious principles. Krishna thus indicated that the celebrated, strong wrestlers should not challenge Krishna and Balaram to fight. In reply to this, Chanura said, "My dear Krishna, we can understand very well that you are neither a child nor a young man. You are transcendental to everyone, as is your big brother, Balaram. You have already killed the elephant Kuvalayapida, who was capable of fighting thousands of other elephants. You have killed him in a wonderful way. Because of your strength, it behooves you to compete with the strongest wrestlers among us. I therefore wish to wrestle with you, and your elder brother, Balaram, will wrestle with Mustika. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 43rd chapter of Krishna, the killing of the elephant Kuvalayapida. Jai Shri Krishna Balaram ki.
Jai Hare Krishna. Okay.
So we read each half?
A page, just 2 pages, you decide.
Okay. So we continue reading chapter 44, the killing of Kamsa. After Kamsa's wrestlers expressed their determination, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the killer of Madhu, confronted Chanura, and Lord Balaram, the son of Rohini, confronted Mustika. Krishna and Chanura, and then Balaram and Mustika, locked themselves hand to hand, leg to leg, and each began to press against the other with a view to coming out victorious. They joined palm to palm, calf to calf, head to head, chest to chest, and began to strike each other. The fighting increased as they pushed each other from one place to another. One captured the other and threw him down on the ground, and another rushed from the back to the front of another and tried to overcome him with a hold. The fighting increased step by step. There was picking up, dragging, and pushing, and then the legs and hands were locked together. All the arts of wrestling were perfectly exhibited by the parties as each tried his best to defeat his opponent. But the audience in the wrestling arena was not very much satisfied because the combatants did not appear to be equally matched. They considered Krishna and Balaram to be mere boys before Chanura and Mustika.
There's an announcement.
I have a little announcement.
Here.
I have a little announcement. About an hour ago, we had the birth in the Goshala, and the little girl,
Haribo!
Hamsi,
Is it Sita or the cow?
huh?
Is it Sita or the cow?
The cow. It'd be difficult for her to give birth in the Goshala. So unfortunately, it had to go through cesarean, but everything went okay. The calf is now trying to stand up. She stood up twice already, and hopefully she will drink milk soon, within the hour. So thank you all very much.
Jai!
Thank you for that good news. Wonderful. Until the last time.
Well, the cow actually, she came for Balaram Purnima. She had to come before Balaram Purnima, and she gave birth on Krishna Janma.
Wonderful.
So the cow's name is Dhavali. It's Dhavali. Yeah. That's the main white cow of Krishna. And the baby's name is Hansi. Hamsi or Hansi.
Hamsi.
And it refers to a swan. So it's also white cow. But she's actually brownish. So we will send a picture also. For now, we're just making sure everything is monitored. The vet said she needs absolute peace so that she bonds with the calf. So, yeah, maybe.
They just got kirtan.
Yeah, so we will send a picture to the RCR.
What a joy, what a joy. Haribo.
Haribo. Haribo. Wonderful.
Name of the kirtan, and she heard it kind of induce the guy.
Thank you. Hare Such a wonderful piece of news, huh? On the day of Janmashtami. It's incredible.
You put the microphone.
A little bit up. Okay.
We're too excited, so take 1 minute.
Okay, so I was saying that the audience in the wrestling arena was not very much satisfied because the combatants did not appear to be equally matched. They considered Krishna and Balaram to be mere boys before Chanura and Mushtika, who were the strongest wrestlers, as solid as stone. Being compassionate and favoring Krishna and Balaram, the many ladies in the audience began to talk as follows. "Dear friends, there is injustice here." Another said, "Even in front of the king, this wrestling is going on between incompatible sides." The ladies had lost their sense of enjoyment. They could not encourage the fighting between the strong and the weak. Mushtika and Chanura are just like thunderbolts, as strong as great mountains. And Krishna and Balaram are two delicate boys of very tender age. The principle of justice has already left this assembly. Persons who are aware of the civilized principles of justice will not remain to watch this unfair match. Those taking part in watching this wrestling match are not very much enlightened. Therefore, whether they speak or remain silent, they are being subjected to the reactions of sinful activities. "But my dear friends," another lady in the assembly spoke out, "just look at the face of Krishna. There are drops of perspiration on his face from chasing his enemy, and his face appears like a lotus flower with drops of water." Another lady said, "Don't you see how the face of Lord Balaram has turned especially beautiful? There is a reddish hue on his white face because he is engaged in a strenuous wrestling match with Mushtika." Another lady in the assembly addressed her friend, "Dear friend, just imagine how fortunate is the land of Vrindavan, where the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself is present, always decorated with flower garlands and engaged in tending cows along with his brother, Lord Balaram. He is always accompanied by his cowherd boyfriends, and he plays his transcendental flute. The residents of Vrindavan are fortunate to be able to constantly see the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram, which are worshipped by great demigods like Lord Shiva and by the goddess of fortune. We cannot estimate how many pious activities were executed by the damsels of Rajabhumi so that they were able to enjoy the Supreme Personality of Godhead by looking upon the unparalleled beauty of his transcendental body. The beauty of the Lord is beyond compare. No one is higher than or equal to him in beauty of complexion or bodily luster. Krishna and Balaram are the reservoir of all kinds of opulence, namely wealth, strength, beauty, fame, knowledge, and renunciation. The gopis are so fortunate that they can see and think of Krishna 24 hours a day, beginning from their milking the cows, or husking the paddy, or churning the butter in the morning, while engaged in cleaning their houses and washing their floors. They are always absorbed in thought of Krishna.
The gopis give a perfect example of how one can execute Krishna consciousness even while performing various types of material engagements. By constantly being absorbed in the thought of Krishna, one cannot be affected by the contamination of material activities. The gopis therefore are perfectly in trance, samadhi, the highest perfectional stage of mystic power. In the Bhagavad Gita, it's confirmed that one who is constantly thinking of Krishna is a first-class yogi among all kinds of yogis. My dear friends, one lady told another, we must accept the activities of the gopis to be the highest form of piety, otherwise how could they have achieved the opportunity of seeing Krishna both morning and evening? In the morning, when he goes to the pasturing ground with his cows and cowherd boyfriends, and in the evening when he returns with them playing on his flute and smiling very brilliantly. When Lord Krishna, the super soul of every living being, understood that the ladies in the assembly were anxious for him, he decided not to continue wrestling but to kill the wrestler immediately. The parents of Krishna and Balaram, namely Nanda Maharaj, Yasoda, Vasudeva and Devaki, were also very anxious because they didn't know the unlimited strength of their children. Lord Balaram was fighting with the wrestler Mustika in the same way that Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, was fighting and wrestling with Chanura. Lord Krishna appeared to be cruel to Chanura, and he immediately struck him thrice with his fist. The great wrestler was jolted, to the astonishment of the audience. Chanura then took his last chance and attacked Krishna, just as one hawk swoops upon another. Folding his two hands, he began to strike the chest of Krishna, but Lord Krishna was not even slightly disturbed, any more than an elephant is when hit by a flower garland. Krishna quickly caught the two hands of Chanura and began to wheel him around, and simply by his centrifugal action, Chanura lost his life. Krishna then threw him to the ground. Chanura fell just like the flags of Indra, and all his nicely fashioned ornaments were scattered hither and thither. Mustika also struck Balaram, and Balaram returned the stroke with great force. Mustika began to tremble and vomit blood. Distressed, he gave up his vital force and fell down just as a tree falls down in a hurricane. After the two wrestlers were killed, a wrestler named Kuta came forward. Lord Balaram immediately caught him in his left hand and killed him nonchalantly. A wrestler of the name Shala came forward, and Krishna immediately cracked his head with a kick. A wrestler named Toshala came forward and was killed in the same way. Thus all the great wrestlers were killed by Krishna and Balaram, and the remaining wrestlers fled from the assembly out of fear for their lives. All the coward boyfriends of Krishna and Balaram approached them and congratulated them with great pleasure. While trumpets resounded and drums were beaten, the leg bells on the feet of Krishna and Balaram tinkled. All the people gathered there began to clap in great ecstasy, and no one could estimate the bounds of their pleasure. The Brahmanas present began to praise Krishna and Balaram ecstatically. Only Kamsa was morose. He neither clapped nor offered benediction to Krishna. Kamsa resented that the trumpets and the drums should be played for Krishna's victory, and he was very sorry that the wrestler had been killed and had fled the assembly. He therefore immediately ordered the band to stop playing and addressed his men as follows. I order that these two sons of Vasudeva be immediately driven out of Mathura. The coward boys who have come with them should be plundered and all their riches taken away. Nanda Maharaj should immediately be arrested and killed for his cunning behavior, and that rascal Vasudeva should also be killed without delay. Also my father, Ugrasena, who has always supported my enemies against my will, should be killed. When Kamsa spoke in this way, Lord Krishna became very angry with him, and within a second he jumped onto the high dais of King Kamsa. Kamsa was prepared for Krishna's attack, for he knew from the beginning that Krishna was to be the supreme cause of his death. Kamsa immediately unsheathed his sword and prepared to answer the challenge of Krishna with sword and shield. As Kamsa wielded his sword up and down, hither and thither, Lord Krishna, the supreme powerful Lord, caught hold of him with great force. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the shelter of the complete creation, and from whose lotus navel the whole creation is manifested, immediately knocked the crown from the head of Kamsa and grabbed his long hair in his hand. He then dragged Kamsa from his seat to the wrestling dais and threw him down. Then Krishna at once straddled his chest and began to strike him over and over again. Simply from the strokes of Krishna's fist, Kamsa lost his vital force.
Haribol. To assure his parents that Kamsa was dead, Lord Krishna dragged him just as a lion drags an elephant after killing it. When people saw this, there was a great roaring sound from all sides as some spectators expressed their jubilation and others cried in lamentation. From the day Kamsa had heard he would be killed by the 8th son of Devaki, he was always thinking of Krishna with his wheel in hand, and because he was very much afraid of his death, he was thinking of Krishna in that form 24 hours a day, without stopping, even while eating, while walking, and while breathing. And naturally, he got the blessing of liberation. In the Bhagavad Gita it is stated, Saratat Bhava Bhavita. A person gets his next life according to the thoughts in which he is always absorbed. Kamsa was thinking of Krishna with his wheel, which means Narayan, who holds a wheel, conch shell, lotus flower, and club. According to the opinion of authorities, Kamsa attained Sarupya Mukti after death. That is to say, he attained the same form as Narayan, Vishnu. On the Vaikuntha planets, all the inhabitants have the same bodily features as Narayan. After his death, Kamsa attained liberation and was promoted to Vaikuntha Loka. From this instance, we can understand that even a person who thinks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as an enemy gets liberation or a place in a Vaikuntha planet. So, what to speak of the pure devotees who are always absorbed in favorable thoughts of Krishna? Even an enemy killed by Krishna gets liberation and is placed in the impersonal Brahma Jyoti. Since the Supreme Personality of Godhead is all good, anyone thinking of him, either as an enemy or as a friend, gets liberation. But liberation of the devotee and the liberation of the enemy are not the same. The enemy generally gets the liberation of Sayujya, and sometimes he gets Sarupya liberation. Kamsa had 8 brothers, headed by Kanka, all of them younger than he. And when they learned that their elder brother had been killed, they combined together and rushed towards Krishna in great anger to kill him. Kamsa and his brothers were all Krishna's maternal uncles, brothers of Krishna's mother, Devaki. When Krishna killed Kamsa, he killed his maternal uncle, which is against the regulations of Vedic injunctions. Although Krishna is independent of all Vedic injunctions, he violates the Vedic injunctions only in inevitable cases. Kamsa could not be killed by anyone but Krishna. Therefore, Krishna was obliged to kill him. But as far as Kamsa's 8 brothers were concerned, Balaram took charge of killing them. Balaram's mother, Rohini, although the wife of Vasudeva, was not the sister of Kamsa. Therefore, Balaram took charge of killing all of Kamsa's 8 brothers. He immediately took up an available weapon, most probably the elephant's tusk which he carried, and killed the 8 brothers one after another, just as a lion kills a flock of deer. Krishna and Balaram thus verify the statement that the Supreme Personality of Godhead appears in order to give protection to the pious and to kill the impious demons who are always enemies of the demigods. The demigods from the higher planetary system showered flowers, congratulating Krishna and Balaram. Among the demigods were powerful personalities like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, and all joined together in showing their jubilation over Kamsa's death. They were beating of drums and showering of flowers from the heavenly planets, and the wives of the demigods danced in ecstasy. The wives of Kamsa and his 8 brothers were aggrieved at the sudden death of their husbands, and all of them struck their forehead and shed torrents of tears. Crying loudly and embracing the bodies of their husbands which lay on the wrestling days, the wives of Kamsa and his brothers lamented, addressing the dead bodies. Our dear husbands, you are so kind and are the protectors of your dependents. Now, after your death, we are also dead, along with your homes and children. We no longer look auspicious. On account of your death, the auspicious functions to take place, such as the sacrifice of the bow, have all been spoiled. Our dear husbands, you treated persons ill who were faultless, and as a result, you have been killed. This is inevitable because a person who torments an innocent person must be punished by the laws of nature. We know that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Supreme Master and Supreme Enjoyer of everything. Therefore, one who neglects his authority can never be happy, and ultimately, as you have, he meets death.
Since Krishna was kind and affectionate to his aunts, he solaced them as far as possible. The ritualistic ceremonies performed after death were then conducted under the personal supervision of Krishna, because he happened to be the nephew of all the dead princes. After finishing this business, Krishna and Balaram immediately released their father and mother, Vasudeva and Devaki, who had been imprisoned by Kamsa. Krishna and Balaram fell at their parents' feet and offered them prayers. Vasudeva and Devaki had suffered so much trouble from Kamsa because Krishna was their son. Devaki and Vasudeva were fully conscious of Krishna's exalted position as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, although Krishna touched their feet and offered them obeisances and prayers, they didn't embrace him, but simply stood up to hear the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although Krishna was born as their son, Vasudeva and Devaki were always conscious of his position. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 44th chapter of Krishna, the killing of Kamsa. Chapter 45. Krishna recovers the son of his teacher. When Lord Krishna saw Vasudeva and Devaki standing in a reverential attitude, he immediately expanded his influence of Yoga Maya so that they could treat him and Balaram as children. As in the material world, the relationship existing between father and mother and children can be established amongst different living entities by the influence of the illusory energy. So by the influence of Yoga Maya, the devotee can establish a relationship in which the Supreme Personality of Godhead is his child. After creating this situation by his Yoga Maya, Krishna, appearing with his elder brother Balaram as the most illustrious son in the dynasty of the Sattvatas, very submissively and respectfully addressed Vasudeva and Devaki, "My dear father and mother, although you have always been anxious for the protection of our lives, you could not enjoy the pleasure of having us as your babies, as your growing boys, and as your adolescent youth." Krishna indirectly praised the fatherhood of Nanda Maharaj and motherhood of Yasoda as most glorious because although he and Balaram were not their born sons, Nanda and Yasoda actually enjoyed their childhood pastimes. By nature's own arrangement, the childhood of the embodied living being is enjoyed by his parents. Even in the animal kingdom, parents are found to be affectionate to their cubs. Being captivated by the activities of their offspring, they take much care for their well-being. As for Vasudeva and Devaki, they were always anxious for the protection of their son, Krishna and Balaram. That's why Krishna, after his appearance, was immediately transferred to another house. Balaram was also transferred from Devaki's womb to Rohini's womb. Vasudeva and Devaki were full of anxieties for Krishna's and Balaram's protection, but they could not enjoy their childhood pastimes. Krishna said, "Unfortunately, being ordered by our fates, we could not be raised by our own parents to enjoy childhood pleasures at home. My dear father and mother, a man cannot repay his debt to his parents, for whom he gets this body, which can bestow upon him all the benefit of material existence. According to the Vedic injunctions, this human form of life enables one to perform all kinds of religious activities, fulfill all kinds of desires, and acquire all kinds of wealth. And only in this human form is there every possibility that one can get liberation from material existence. This body is produced by the combined effort of the father and mother. Every human being should be obliged to his parents and understand that he cannot repay his debt to them. If after growing up a son does not try to satisfy his parents by his actions or by an endowment of riches, he is surely punished after death by the superintendent of death and made to eat his own flesh. If a person is able to care for or give protection to all parents, a chaste wife, children, the spiritual master, brahmanas and other dependents, but does not do so, is considered already dead, although he is supposedly breathing. My dear father and mother, you have always been anxious for our protection, but unfortunately we could not render any service to you. Until now we have simply wasted our time. Due to reasons beyond our control, we could not serve you. Mother and father, please excuse us for our sinfulness." When the Supreme Personality of Godhead was speaking as an innocent boy in every sweet words, Vasudeva and Devaki became captivated by parental affection and embraced him with great pleasure. They were amazed and could not speak or answer the words of Krishna, but simply embraced him and Balaram in great affection and remained silent, shedding incessant tears. Thus, having consoled his father and mother, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appearing as the beloved sons of Devaki, approached his grandfather Ugrasena and announced that Ugrasena would now be the king of the Yadu kingdom. Kamsa had been forcibly ruling the kingdom of Yadu in spite of the presence of his father, whom he had arrested. But after the death of Kamsa, his father was released and announced to be the monarch of the Yadu kingdom. It appears that in those days, in the western part of India, there were many small kingdoms ruled by the Yadu dynasty, Andaka dynasty, Vrishni dynasty, and Bhoja dynasty. Maharaj Ugrasena belonged to the Bhoja dynasty. Therefore, Krishna indirectly declared that the king of the Bhoja dynasty would be the emperor of the other small kingdoms. Krishna willingly asked Maharaj Ugrasena to rule over himself and Balaram because they were his subjects. The word praja is used both for progeny and for citizens. So Krishna belonged to the praja both as a grandson of Maharaj Ugrasenas and as a member of the Yadu dynasty. Thus he voluntarily accepted the rule of Maharaj Ugrasena. He informed Ugrasena, being cursed by Yayati, the kings of the Yadu dynasty may not occupy the throne. It will be our pleasure to act as your servants. My full cooperation with you will make your position more exalted and secure so that the kings of other dynasties will not hesitate to pay their respective revenues. Protected by me, you will be honored even by the demigods from the heavenly planets. My dear grandfather, out of fears of my late uncle Kamsa, all the kings belonging to the Yadu, Vrishni, Andaka, Madhu, Dashara, and Kukura dynasties were very anxious and disturbed. Now you can pacify them all and give them assurance of security. The whole kingdom will be peaceful.
Krishna. All the kings in the neighboring area had left their homes in fear of Kamsa and were living in distant parts of the country. Now, after the death of Kamsa and the reinstallment of Ugrasena as king, the neighboring kings were giving all kinds of presentations and comforts. Then they returned to their respective homes. After this nice political arrangement, the citizens of Mathura were pleased to live in Mathura, being protected by the strong arms of Krishna and Balaram. On account of good government, in the presence of Krishna and Balaram, the inhabitants of Mathura felt complete satisfaction in the fulfillment of all their material desires and necessities, and because they saw Krishna and Balaram daily, face to face, they soon forgot all material miseries completely. As soon as they saw Krishna and Balaram coming out on the street, very nicely dressed and smiling and looking at the citizens with grace, the citizens were immediately filled with loving ecstasies simply by seeing the personal presence of Mukunda. The name Mukunda refers to one who can award liberation and transcendental bliss. Krishna's presence acted as such a vitalizing tonic that not only the younger generation, but even the old men of Mathura became fully invigorated with youthful energy and strength by regularly seeing him. Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda were also living in Mathura because Krishna and Balaram were there. But after some time, they wanted to go back to Vrindavan. Krishna and Balaram went before Nanda and Yashoda and very affectionately embraced them. And then the two lords spoke as follows. Dear father and mother, although we were born of Vasudeva and Devaki, you have been our real father and mother, because from our very birth and childhood, you raised us with great affection and love. Your affectionate love for us was more than anyone can offer one's own children. You are actually our father and mother because you raised us as your own children when we were just like orphans. For certain reasons, we were rejected by our father and mother, and you protected us. Dear father and mother, we know that you will feel separation upon returning to Vrindavan and leaving us here. But please rest assured that we shall come back to Vrindavan just after giving some satisfaction to our real father and mother, Vasudeva and Devaki, and our grandfather and other family members. Krishna and Balaram thus satisfied Nanda and Yashoda by sweet words and by presentations of various kinds of clothing, ornaments, and copper utensils. They satisfied them along with their friends and neighbors who had come with them from Vrindavan to Mathura as fully as possible. On account of excessive parental affection for Balaram and Krishna, Nanda Maharaj felt tears in his eyes, and he embraced them, started with the coward men for Vrindavan. After this, Vasudeva and his sons, initiated by sacred thread as a token of second birth, which is essential for the higher castes of human society. After this, Vasudeva and his sons, initiated by sacred thread as a token of second birth, which is essential for the higher castes of human society. Vasudeva called for his family priests and learned brahmanas, and the sacred thread ceremony of Krishna and Balaram was duly performed. During this ceremony, Vasudeva gave various ornaments in charity to the brahmanas and endowed them with cows decorated with silken cloth and golden ornaments. Then Vasudeva remembered the cows he had wanted to give in charity to the brahmanas after the birth of Krishna and Balaram. But being imprisoned by Kamsa at that time, Vasudeva had been able to do so only within his mind, for Kamsa had stolen all his cows. With the death of Kamsa, his cows were released, and now Vasudeva gave the actual cows to the brahmanas. Then Balaram and Krishna were duly initiated with the sacred thread ceremony, and they repeated the chanting of the Gayatri mantra. The Gayatri mantra is offered to disciples after the sacred thread ceremony, and Balaram and Krishna properly discharged the duties of chanting this mantra. Anyone who executes the chanting of this mantra has to abide by certain principles and vows. Although Balaram and Krishna are transcendental personalities, they strictly follow the regulative principles. They were initiated by their family priest, Gargacharya, usually known as Gargamuni, the Acharya of the Yadu dynasty. According to Vedic culture, every respectable family has an Acharya or spiritual master. One is not considered a perfectly cultured man without being initiated and trained by an Acharya. It is said, therefore, that one who has approached an Acharya is actually in perfect knowledge. Lord Krishna and Lord Balaram are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of all education and knowledge. There was no need for them to accept the spiritual master or Acharya, yet for the instruction of ordinary men, they also accepted the spiritual master for advancement in spiritual knowledge. It is customary, after being initiated in the Gayatri mantra, for one to live away from home for some time under the care of the Acharya to be trained in spiritual life. During this period, one has to work under the spiritual master as an ordinary menial servant. There are many rules and regulations for a brahmachari living under the care of an Acharya, and Krishna and Balaram strictly followed those regulative principles while living under the instruction of the spiritual master, Sandipani Muni, who was a resident of Avantipur in the northern Indian district of Ujjain. According to scriptural injunctions, a spiritual master should be respected and regarded on an equal level with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Krishna and Balaram exactly followed those principles with great devotion and underwent the regulations of brahmacharya. Thus they satisfied their spiritual master, who instructed them in Vedic knowledge. Being very satisfied, Sandipani Muni instructed them in all the intricacies of Vedic wisdom and in supplementary literature such as the Upanishads. Because Krishna and Balaram happened to be Kshatriyas,
They were specifically trained in military science, politics, and ethics. Politics includes such departments of knowledge as how to make peace, how to fight, how to pacify, how to divide and rule, and how to give shelter. All these items were fully explained and instructed to Krishna and Balaram. The ocean is the source of water in a river. The cloud is created by the evaporation of ocean water, and the same water is distributed as rain all over the surface of the earth, and then returns to the ocean in rivers. So Krishna and Balaram, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, are the source of all knowledge, but because they were playing like ordinary human boys, they set the example so that everyone would receive knowledge from the right source. Thus they agreed to take knowledge from a spiritual master. After hearing only once from their teacher, Krishna and Balaram learned all the arts and sciences. In 64 days and 64 nights, they learned all the necessary arts and sciences required in human society. During the daytime, they took lessons on a subject from the teacher, and by nightfall, they were expert in that department of knowledge. First of all, they learned how to sing, how to compose songs, and how to recognize the different tunes. They learned the favorable and unfavorable accents and meters, how to sing different kinds of rhythms and melodies, and how to follow them by beating different kinds of drums. They learned how to dance to the rhythm of melody and different songs. They learned how to write dramas, and they learned the various types of paintings from simple village arts up to the highest perfectional stage. They also learned how to paint tilak on the face by making different kinds of dots on the forehead and cheeks. Then they learned the art of making paintings on the floor with the liquid paste of rice and flour. Such paintings are very popular at auspicious ceremonies performed at household affairs or in the temple. They learned how to make a resting place with flowers and how to decorate clothing and limbs with colorful paintings. They also learned how to set valuable jewels in ornaments. They learned the art of ringing water pots. Water pots are filled with water to a certain measurement, so that as one beats on the pots, different tones are produced, and when the pots are beaten together, they produce a melodious sound. They also learn how to splash water in the rivers or lakes while taking a bath among friends. They learned how to decorate with flowers. This art of decorating can still be seen in various temples of Vrindavan during the summer season. It's called Pullabari. The dais, the throne, the walls, and the ceilings are all fully decorated, and a small aromatic fountain of flowers is fixed in the center. Because of these floral decorations, the people, fatigued from the heat of the summer, become refreshed. Krishna and Balaram learned the art of dressing hair in various styles and fixing a helmet in different positions on the head. They also learned how to set up a theatrical stage, how to decorate dramatic actors with clothes and with flower ornaments over the ear, and how to sprinkle sandalwood pulp and water to produce a nice fragrance. They also learned the art of performing magical feats. Within the magical field, there is an art called Bahurupi, by which a person dresses himself in such a way that when he approaches a friend, he cannot be recognized. Krishna and Balaram also learned how to make various syrups and beverages required at various times, having various tastes and intoxicating effects. They also learned different types of sewing and embroidery work, as well as how to manipulate thin threads for dancing puppets. This art includes how to string wires on musical instruments such as the veena sitar, esaraj, and tambur to produce melodious sounds. Then they learned how to make and solve riddles. They learned the art of how even a dull student can very quickly learn the alphabet and read books. And then they learned how to rehearse and act out a drama. They also studied the art of solving crossword puzzles, filling up the missing spaces, and making complete words. They also learned how to draw and read pictographic literature. In some countries in the world, pictographic literature is still current. A story is represented by pictures. For instance, a man and a house are pictured to represent a man going home. Krishna and Balaram also learned the art of architecture, how to construct residential buildings. They learned to recognize valuable jewels by studying their luster and colors. Then they learned the art of placing jewels in a gold and silver setting so that they look very beautiful. They also learned how to study soil to find minerals. The study of soil is now a greatly specialized science, but formerly it was common knowledge even for the ordinary man. They learned to study herbs and plants to discover how they would act as medicines for different ailments. By studying the different species of plants, they learned how to crossbreed plants and trees and get different types of fruits. They learned how to train and engage rams and cocks in fighting for sports. Then they learned how to teach parrots to speak and to answer the questions of human beings. They learned practical psychology, how to influence another's minds and thus induce another to act according to one's own desire. Sometimes this is called hypnotism. They learned how to wash hair, dye it different colors, and curl it in different ways. They learned the art of telling what is written in someone's book without actually seeing it. They learned to tell what is contained in another's fist. Sometimes children imitate this art, although not very accurately. One child keeps something within his fist and asks his friend, "Can you tell what is within?" And the friend gives some suggestion, although he actually cannot tell. But there is an art by which one can understand and actually tell what is held within the fist. Krishna and Balaram learned how to speak and understand the languages of various countries. Not only did they learn the languages of human beings, but Krishna could also speak even with animals and birds. Evidence of this is found in the Vaishnava literature compiled by the Swamis. Then they learned how to make carriages and airplanes from flowers. It is said in the Ramayana that after defeating Ravan, Ramachandra was carried from Lanka to Bharatvarsh on a plain of flowers called Pushparat. Krishna and Balaram then learned the art of foretelling events by seeing signs. In a book called Kanar Vachan, the various types of signs and omens are described. If one is going out, one sees someone with a bucket full of water. That is a very good sign. But if one sees someone with an empty bucket, it is not a good sign. Similarly, if one sees a cow being milked alongside its calf, it's a good sign. The result of understanding these signs is that one can foretell events, and Krishna and Balaram learned the science. They also learned the art of composing matrika. A matrika is like a crossword box with 3 numbers in each row. If one adds any 3 from any side, it will come to 9. These matrikas are of different kinds and for different purposes. Krishna and Balaram learned the art of cutting valuable stones such as diamonds, and they also learned the art of questioning and answering by immediately composing poetry within the mind. They learned the science of the action and reaction of physical combinations and permutations. They learned the art of a psychiatrist who can understand the psychic movements of another person. They learned how to satisfy one's desires. Desires are very difficult to fulfill, but if one desires something which is unreasonable and can never be fulfilled, the desire can be subdued and satisfied, and that is an art. By this art, one can also subdue sex impulses when they are aroused, as they are even in brahmachari life. By this art, one can make even an enemy one's friend, or transfer the direct action of a physical element to other things. Lord Krishna and Balaram, the reservoir of all knowledge, exhibited their perfect understanding of all the arts and sciences mentioned above. Then they offered to serve their teacher by awarding him anything he desired. This offering by the student to the teacher or spiritual master is called Guru Dakshina. It is essential that a student satisfy the teacher in return for any learning received, either material or spiritual. When Krishna and Balaram offered their service in this way, the teacher, Sandipani Muni, thought it wise to ask them for something extraordinary, something no common student could offer. He therefore consulted with his wife about what to ask from them. He and his wife had already seen the extraordinary potencies of Krishna and Balaram and could understand that the two boys were the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They decided to ask for the return of their son, who had drowned in the ocean near the shore at Prabhas Kshetra. When Krishna and Balaram heard from their teacher about the death of his son, they immediately started for Prabhas Kshetra on their chariot. Reaching the beach, they asked the controlling deity of the ocean to return the son of their teacher. The ocean deity immediately appeared before the Lord and offered him all respectful obeisances with great humility. The Lord said, "Some time back you caused the drowning of the son of our teacher. I order you to return him." The ocean deity replied, "The boy was not actually taken by me, but was captured by a demon named Panchajan. This great demon generally remains deep in the water in the shape of a conch shell. The son of your teacher might be within the belly of the demon, having been devoured by him." On hearing this, Krishna dove deep into the water and caught hold of the demon Panchajan. He killed him on the spot, but could not find the son of his teacher within his belly. Therefore he took the demon's dead body in the shape of a conch shell and returned to his chariot on the beach of Prabhas Kshetra. From there he started for Samyamani, the residence of Yamaraj, the superintendent of death. Accompanied by his elder brother Balaram, who is also known as Halayuddha, Krishna arrived there and blew on his conch shell. Hearing the vibration, Yamaraj appeared and received Sri Krishna with all respectful obeisances. Yamaraj could understand who Krishna and Balaram were, and therefore he immediately offered his humble service to the Lord. Krishna had appeared on the surface of the earth like an ordinary human being, but actually Krishna and Balaram are the super soul living within the heart of every living entity. They are Vishnu himself, but were playing just like ordinary boys. When Yamaraj offered his services to the Lord, Sri Krishna asked him to return his teacher's son, who had come to him as a result of his work. "Considering my ruling supreme," said Krishna, "you should immediately return the son of my teacher." Yamaraj returned the boy to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and Krishna and Balaram brought him to his father. The brothers asked if their father had anything more to ask from them, but he replied, "My dear sons, you have done enough for me. I am now completely satisfied. What further want can there be for a man who has disciples like you? My dear boys, you may now go home. These glorious acts of yours will always be renowned all over the world. You are above all blessings, yet it is my duty to bless you. I therefore give you the benediction that whatever you speak will remain as eternally fresh as the instructions of the Vedas. Your teachings will be honored not only within this universe or in this millennium, but in all places and ages, and will remain increasingly new and important. Due to this benediction from his teacher, Lord Krishna's Bhagavad Gita is ever increasingly fresh and is renowned not only within this universe, but in other planets and other universes also. Being ordered by their teacher, Krishna and Balaram immediately returned home on their chariot. They traveled at great speed like the wind and made sounds like the crashing clouds. All the residents of Mathura who had not seen Krishna and Balaram for a long time were very much pleased to see them again. They felt joyful like a person who has regained his lost property. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 45th chapter of Krishna. Krishna recovers the son of his teacher. Finished? Okay, good.
2:59. 1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now who can remember all the 64 arts?
Yeah. I was thinking you're making the dressing quiz.
We did do it one year.
Making hair arrangements.
We did do it one time. So.
Oh, sorry.
So this is ecstatic, right?
Right.
Oh, chapter 46. Uddhava visits Vrindavan. Nanda Maharaj returned to Vrindavan without Krishna and Balaram. He was accompanied only by the cowherd boys and men. It was certainly a very pathetic scene for the gopis. Maharaj, Mother Yashoda, Srimati Radharani, and all the other residents.
Just move it slightly.
I can't see the book now. It was certainly a very pathetic scene for the gopis, Mother Yashoda, Srimati Radharani, and all the other residents of Vrindavan. Many devotees have tried to make adjustments to Krishna's being away from Vrindavan because, according to expert opinion, Krishna, the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, never goes even a step out of Vrindavan. He always remains there. The explanation of expert devotees is that Krishna was actually not absent from Vrindavan. He came back with Nanda Maharaj as promised. When Krishna was starting from Mathura on the chariot driven by Akrura and the gopis were blocking the way, Krishna assured them that he was coming back just after finishing his business in Mathura. He told them not to be overwhelmed and in this way pacified them. But when he failed to come back with Nanda Maharaj, it appeared that he had either cheated them or could not keep his promise. Expert devotees, however, have decided that Krishna was neither a cheater nor a breaker of promises. Krishna, in his original identity, returned with Nanda Maharaj and stayed with the gopis and Mother Yashoda in his bhava expansion. Krishna and Balaram remained in Mathura, not in their original forms, but in their expansions as Vasudeva and Sankarshan. The real Krishna and Balaram were in Vrindavan in their bhava manifestation, whereas in Mathura they appeared in their prabhava and vaibhava expansions. This is the expert opinion of advanced devotees of Krishna. Externally, however, they were absent from Vrindavan. Therefore, when Nanda Maharaj was preparing to return to Vrindavan, there was some discussion between him and the boys concerning how they could live in separation. The conclusion to separate was reached by mutual agreement. Vasudeva and Devaki, who happened to be the real parents of Krishna and Balaram, wanted to keep them now because of the death of Kamsa. While Kamsa was alive, Krishna and Balaram were kept under the protection of Nanda Maharaj in Vrindavan. Now, naturally, the father and mother of Krishna and Balaram wanted them to remain, specifically for the reformatory function of purification, the sacred thread ceremony. They also wanted to give them a proper education, for this is the duty of the father. Another consideration was that all the friends of Kamsa outside Mathura were planning to attack Mathura. For that reason, also, Krishna's presence was required. Krishna did not want Vrindavan disturbed by enemies like Dantavakra and Jarasandha. If Krishna were to go to Vrindavan, these enemies would not only attack Mathura, but would go on to Vrindavan, and the peaceful inhabitants of Vrindavan would be disturbed. Krishna therefore decided to remain in Mathura, and Nanda Maharaj went back to Vrindavan. Although the inhabitants of Vrindavan felt separation from Krishna, the resulting ecstasy, bhava, caused them to perceive that Krishna was always present with them by his lila, or pastimes. Since Krishna had departed from Vrindavan and gone to Mathura, the inhabitants of Vrindavan, especially Mother Yashoda, Nanda Maharaj, Srimati Radharani, the gopis, and the cowherd boys were simply thinking of Krishna at every step. They were thinking, here Krishna was playing in this way. Here Krishna was blowing his flute. Krishna was joking with us in this way. And Krishna was embracing us like this. This is called Lila Smarana, and it is the process of association with Krishna most recommended by great devotees. Even Lord Chaitanya, when he was at Puri, enjoyed Lila Smarana, association with Krishna. Those in the most exalted position of devotional service and ecstasy can live with Krishna always by remembering his pastimes. Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur has given us a transcendental literary work entitled Krishna Bhavanamrita, which is full of Krishna's pastimes. Exalted devotees can remain absorbed in Krishna thought by reading such books. Here is a beautiful sentence. Listen very carefully. Any book of Krishna Leela, even this book, Krishna, and our teachings of Lord Chaitanya, is actually solace for devotees feeling separation from Krishna. Jai Srila Prabhupada. That Krishna and Balaram did not return to Vrindavan can be adjusted as follows. They did not break their promise to return to Vrindavan, nor were they absent, but their presence was necessary in Mathura. In the meantime, Uddhava, a cousin brother of Krishna's, came to see Krishna from Dwarka. He was the son of Vasudeva's brother and was also the same age as Krishna. His bodily features resembled Krishna's almost exactly. After Krishna returned from his teacher's home, he was pleased to see Uddhava, who happened to be his dearmost friend. Krishna wanted to send him to Vrindavan, with a message to the residents to pacify their deep feelings of separation. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Ye yata mam prapadyante tams tadaiva bhajamyaham. Krishna is very responsive. He responds in proportion to the devotee's advancement in devotional service. Thus, as the gopis were thinking of Krishna in separation 24 hours a day, so Krishna was also thinking of the gopis, Mother Yashoda, Nanda Maharaj, and the other residents of Vrindavan. Although he appeared to be away from them, he could understand how they were transcendentally aggrieved, and so he immediately wanted to send Uddhava to give them a message of solace. Uddhava is described as the most exalted personality in the Vrishni dynasty, being almost equal to Krishna. He was a great friend of Krishna's, and being the direct student of Brihaspati, the teacher and priest of the heavenly planets, he was very intelligent and sharp in decision. Intellectually, he was highly qualified. Krishna, being his very loving friend, wanted to send him to Vrindavan just to study the highly elevated ecstatic devotional service practiced there. Even if one is highly elevated in material education and is even the disciple of Brihaspati, he still has to learn from the gopis and the other residents of Vrindavan how to love Krishna to the highest degree. It was Krishna's special favor to Uddhava to send him to Vrindavan with a message for the residents there, which was meant to pacify them. Lord Krishna is also named Hari, which means one who takes away all distress from the surrendered souls. Lord Chaitanya states that there cannot at any time be a worship as exalted as that realized by the gopis. Being very anxious about the gopis' grief, Krishna talked with Uddhava and politely requested him to go to Vrindavan. Shaking Uddhava's hand with his own hands, he said, "My dear gentle friend Uddhava, please go immediately to Vrindavan and try to pacify my father and mother, Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda Devi, and the gopis. They are grief-stricken, as if suffering from great ailments. Go and give them a message. I hope their ailments will be partially relieved. The gopis are always absorbed in thoughts of me. They have dedicated body, desire, life and soul to me. I am anxious not only for the gopis, but for anyone who sacrifices society, friendship, love, and personal comforts for me. It is my duty to protect such exalted devotees. The gopis are the most dear. They always think of me in such a way that they remain overwhelmed and almost dead in anxiety due to separation from me. They are keeping alive simply by thinking that I am returning to them very soon." Requested by Lord Krishna, Uddhava immediately left on his chariot and carried the message to Gokula. He approached Vrindavan at sunset, when the cows were returning home from the pasturing ground. Uddhava and his chariot were covered by the dust raised by the hoofs of the cows. He saw bulls running after cows for mating. Other cows with overladen milk bags were running after their calves to feed them with milk. Uddhava saw that the entire land of Vrindavan was filled with white cows and their calves, running here and there all over Gokula, and he could hear the sound of milking. Every residential house in Vrindavan was decorated for the worship of the sun god and the fire god, and for the reception of guests, cows, brahmanas, and demigods. Every home was sanctified with lights and incense. All over Vrindavan there were nice gardens filled with flowers, and the sounds of humming bees and singing birds. The lakes were filled with lotus flowers and with ducks and swans. Uddhava entered the house of Nanda Maharaj and was received as a representative of Vasudeva. Nanda Maharaj offered him a seating place and sat down with him to ask about messages from Krishna and Balaram and other family members in Mathura. He could understand that Uddhava was a very confidential friend of Krishna's and therefore must have come with good messages. "My dear Uddhava," he said, "how is my friend Vasudeva enjoying life? Is he now released from the prison of Kamsa? And he is now with his friends and his children, Krishna and Balaram? So he must be very happy. Tell me about him and his welfare." "We are also very happy that Kamsa, that most sinful demon, has been killed. He was always envious of the family of the Yadus, his relatives. Now, because of his sinful activities, he is dead and gone, others, along with all his brothers. Please let us know whether Krishna now remembers his father and mother and his friends and companions in Vrindavan. Does he like to remember the cows, his gopis, his Govardhan hill, his pasturing grounds in Vrindavan? Or has he now forgotten all these? Is there any possibility of his coming back to his friends and relatives so that we can again see his beautiful face with its raised nose and lotus-like eyes? We remember how he saved us from the forest fire, how he saved us from the great snake Kaliya in the Yamuna, and how he saved us from so many other demons, and we simply think of how much we are obliged to him for giving us protection in many dangerous situations. My dear Uddhava, when we think of Krishna's beautiful face and eyes and his different activities here in Vrindavan, we become so overwhelmed that all our activities cease. We simply think of Krishna, how he used to smile and how he looked upon us with grace. When we go to the banks of the Yamuna, or the lakes of Vrindavan, or near Govardhan Hill, or the pasturing fields, we see that the impressions of Krishna's footprints are still on the surface of the earth. We remember him playing in those places because he was constantly visiting them. When his appearance within our minds become manifest, we immediately become absorbed in thoughts of him. We think, therefore, that Krishna and Balaram may be chief demigods in heaven who have appeared before us like ordinary boys to execute particular duties on earth. This was foretold by Gargamuni when making Krishna's horoscope. If Krishna were not a great personality, how could he have killed Kamsa, who possessed the strength of 10,000 elephants? Besides Kamsa, there were the very strong wrestlers, as well as the giant elephant Kuvalayapida. Krishna killed all these animals and demons as a lion kills an ordinary animal. How wonderful it is that Krishna took in one hand the big heavy bow made of 3 joined palm trees and broke it very quickly. How wonderful it is that for 7 days continuously he held up Govardhan Hill with one hand. How wonderful is it that he has killed all the demons like Palambasura, Denekasura, Aristasura, Trinavata, and Bakasura. They were very strong, that even the demigods and the heavenly planets were afraid of them, but Krishna killed them as easily as anything. While describing the uncommon activities of Krishna before Uddhava, Nanda Maharaj gradually became overwhelmed and he could no longer speak. As for Mother Yashoda, she sat by the side of her husband and heard the pastimes of Krishna without speaking. She simply cried incessantly, and milk poured from her breasts. When Uddhava saw Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda so extraordinarily overwhelmed with thoughts of Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and when he experienced their extraordinary affection for him, he also became overwhelmed and spoke as follows: "My dear Mother Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj, you are most respectful among human beings because no one but you can meditate in such transcendental ecstasy." Uddhava continued, "Balaram and Krishna are the original personalities of Godhead, from whom the cosmic manifestation emanates. They are chief among all personalities. Each of them is both the material and the efficient cause of this material creation. Material nature is conducted by the Purusha incarnations, who all act under Krishna and Balaram. By their partial representation, they enter the hearts of all living entities. They are the source of all knowledge and all forgetfulness also. This is confirmed by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, 15th chapter. Quote, "I am present in everyone's heart, and I cause one to remember and forget. I am the original compiler of the Vedanta, and I am the actual knower of the Vedas." Uddhava continued, "If, at the time of death, a person can fix his pure mind upon Krishna, even for a moment, after giving up his material body, he becomes eligible to appear in his original spiritual body, just as the sun rises with all illumination. Passing from his life in this way, he immediately enters the spiritual kingdom Vaikuntha. This is the result of Krishna conscious practice. If we practice Krishna consciousness in this present body while in a healthy condition and in good mind, simply by chanting the holy Maha Mantra Hare Krsna, we will have every possibility of fixing the mind upon Krishna at the time of death. If we do this, then our lives become successful without a doubt. But if we keep our minds always absorbed in fruitive activities for material enjoyment, then naturally, at the time of death, we shall think of such activities and again be forced to enter material, conditioned bodies to suffer the threefold miseries of material existence. Therefore, to remain always absorbed in Krishna consciousness was the standard of the inhabitants of Vrindavan, as exhibited by Nanda Maharaj, Yashoda, and the gopis. If we can simply follow in their footsteps, even to a minute proportion, our lives will surely become successful, and we shall enter the spiritual kingdom, Vaikuntha. My dear Mother Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj, Uddhava continued, you have thus fixed your minds wholly and solely upon that Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan, whose transcendental form is the cause of impersonal Brahman. The Brahman effulgence is only the bodily rays of Narayan, and because you are always absorbed in ecstatic thought of Krishna and Balaram, what pious activity remains for you to perform? I have brought a message from Krishna that he will very soon come back to Vrindavan and satisfy you by his personal presence. Krishna promised that he would come back to Vrindavan after finishing his business in Mathura. This promise he will surely fulfill. I therefore request the two of you, you who are the best among all who are fortunate, not to be aggrieved on account of Krishna's absence. You are already perceiving his presence 24 hours a day, yet he will come and see you very soon. Actually, he is present everywhere and in everyone's heart, just as fire is present in wood. Since Krishna is the Supersoul, he regards everyone equally. He sees no one as his enemy, no one as his friend, and no one as lower or higher than him. He actually has no father, mother, brother, or relative, nor does he require society, friendship, and love. He does not have a material body like us. He never appears to take birth like an ordinary a human being. He does not appear in higher or lower species of life like ordinary living entities who are forced to take birth on account of their previous fruitive activities. He appears by his own internal potency just to give protection to his devotees. He is never influenced by the modes of material nature, but when he appears within this material world, he seems to act like an ordinary living entity under the spell of the modes of material nature. But in fact, he is the overseer of this material creation, and while remaining unaffected by the material modes of nature, he creates, maintains, and dissolves the whole cosmic manifestation. We wrongly look upon Krishna and Balaram as ordinary human beings, just as whirling men see the whole world whirling around them. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is no one's son. He is actually everyone's father, mother, and supreme controller. There is no doubt of this. Whatever is already being experienced, whatever is not being experienced, whatever already exists, does not exist or will exist in the future. Whatever is the smallest and whatever is the biggest have no existence outside the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Everything rests in him, but he is untouched by everything manifested. Nanda and Uddhava thus passed the whole night discussing Krishna. In the morning, the gopis prepared for morning arti by lighting their lamps and sprinkling butter mixed with yogurt. After finishing their Mangal Arti, they engaged themselves in churning butter from yogurt. While the gopis were thus engaged, the lamps reflected on their ornaments, made the ornaments still brighter. Their churning rods, their arms, their earrings, their bangles, their breasts, everything moved, and kumkuma, powder, gave their faces a saffron luster comparable to the rising sun. While making sounds by churning, they also sang the glories of Krishna. The two sound vibrations mixed together ascended to the sky and sanctified the whole atmosphere. After sunrise, the gopis came as usual to offer their respects to Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda. But when they saw the golden chariot of Uddhava at the door, they began to inquire among themselves, what was that chariot? And to whom did it belong? Some of them inquired whether Akrura, who had taken away Krishna, had returned. They were not very much pleased with Akrura, because being engaged in the service of Kamsa, he had taken lotus-eyed Krishna away to the city of Mathura. All the gopis conjectured that Akrura might have come again to fulfill another cruel plan. But they thought, we are now dead bodies without our Supreme Master Krishna. What further act can Akura perpetrate against these dead bodies? While they were talking in this way, Uddhava finished his morning ablutions, prayers and chanting, and came before them. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 46th chapter of Krishna. Uddhava visits Vrindavan. 2 minutes? 3 minutes? Chapter 47. Delivery of the message of Krishna to the gopis. When the gopis saw Uddhava, they observed that his features almost exactly resembled those of Krishna, and they could understand that he was a great devotee of Krishna's. His arms were very long, and his eyes were just like the petals of the lotus flower. He was dressed in yellow garments and wore a garland of lotus flowers. His face was very beautiful. Having achieved the liberation of Swarupya, and thus having the same bodily features as the Lord, Uddhava looked almost like Krishna. In Krishna's absence, the gopis had been coming dutifully to visit Mother Yashoda's house early in the morning. They knew that Nanda Maharaj and Mother Yashoda always grief-stricken, and they made it their first duty to come and pay their respects to the most exalted elder personalities of Vrindavan. Seeing the friends of Krishna, Nanda and Yashoda would remember Krishna himself and be satisfied, and the gopis would also be pleased by seeing Nanda and Yashoda. When the gopis saw that Uddhava was representing Krishna, even in his bodily features, they thought he must be a soul completely surrendered unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They began to contemplate, who is this boy who looks just like Krishna? He has the same eyes, like lotus petals, the same raised nose and beautiful face. And he is smiling in the same way. In all respects, he resembles Krishna, Shyamasundar, the beautiful blackish boy. He is even dressed exactly like Krishna. Where has this boy come from? Who is the fortunate girl who has him as her husband? Thus they talked among themselves. They were very anxious to know about him. And because they were simple, unsophisticated village girls, they surrounded Uddhava.
When the gopis understood that Uddhava had a message from Krishna, they became very happy and called him to a secluded place and offered him a nice sitting place. They wanted to talk with him very freely and did not want to be embarrassed before unknown persons. They welcomed him with polite words in great submissiveness. We know that you are a most confidential associate of Krishna, and that he has therefore sent you to Vrindavan to give solace to his father and mother. We can understand that family affection is very strong. Even great sages who have taken to the renounced order of life cannot give up family affection cent per cent. Sometimes they think of their family members. Krishna has therefore sent you to his father and mother, otherwise he has no further business in Vrindavan. He is now in town. What does he have to know about Vrindavan village or the cows' pasturing grounds? These are not at all useful for Krishna, because he is now a man of the city. Surely he has nothing to do with persons who do not happen to be his family members. Friendships with those outside the family continue as long as there is some selfish interest in them. Otherwise, why should one bother about those outside the family? Specifically, a person attached to the wives of others is interested in them as long as there is a need for sense gratification. Just as the bumblebees have interest in flowers as long as they want to take the honey out of them. It is psychologically very natural that a prostitute does not care for her paramour as soon as he loses his money. Similarly, when the citizens find that a government is incapable of giving them full protection, they leave the country. A student, after finishing his education, gives up his relationship with the teacher and the school. A priest, after taking his reward from the worshipper, gives him up. When the fruit season is over, birds are no longer interested in the tree. Just after eating in the house of a host, the guest gives up his relationship with him. After a forest fire, when there is a scarcity of green grass, deer and other animals give up the forest. And so a man, after enjoying his girlfriend, gives up his connection with her. In this way, all the gopis indirectly accuse Krishna by citing many examples. Uddhava understood that the gopis of Vrindavan were all simply absorbed in the thought of Krishna and his childhood activities. While talking about Krishna with Uddhava, they forgot all about their household business. They even forgot about themselves as the interest in Krishna increased more and more. One of the gopis, namely Srimati Radharani, was so much absorbed in thoughts of Krishna by dint of her personal touch with him that she actually began to talk with a bumblebee which was flying there and trying to touch her lotus feet. While the other gopis were talking with Krishna's messenger, Uddhava, Srimati Radharani took that bumblebee to be a messenger from Krishna and began to talk with it as follows. Bumblebee, you are accustomed to drinking honey from flower to flower, and therefore you have preferred to be a messenger of Krishna, who is of the same nature as you. I can see on your mustaches the red powder of kumkuma, which was smeared on the flower garland of Krishna while it was pressed against the breasts of some girl who is my competitor. You feel very proud because of having touched that garland, and your mustaches have become reddish. You have come here carrying a message for me, anxious to touch my feet. But my dear bumblebee, let me warn you, don't touch me. I don't want any messages from your unreliable master. You are the unreliable servant of an unreliable master. It may be that Srimati Radharani purposely addressed the bumblebee sarcastically in order to indirectly criticize the messenger Uddhava. Like the other gopis, Srimati Radharani saw that Uddhava's bodily features resembled Krishna's, but she also saw Uddhava as being equal to Krishna. Indirectly, therefore, she indicated that Uddhava was as unreliable as Krishna himself. Srimati Radharani wanted to give specific reasons why she was dissatisfied with Krishna and his messenger. She addressed the bumblebee. Your master, Krishna, is exactly of your quality. You sit down on a flower, and after tasting a little honey, you immediately fly away and sit on another flower and taste. Similarly, only once did your master, Krishna, give me the chance to taste the touch of his lips, and then he left me altogether. I know also that the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, who is always in the midst of the lotus flower, is constantly engaged in Krishna's service. But I do not know how she has become so captivated by Krishna and why she is so much attached to Krishna, although she knows his actual character. Maybe she is so much captivated by Krishna's sweet words that she cannot understand his real character. As far as we are concerned, we are more intelligent than the goddess of fortune. We are not going to be cheated anymore by Krishna or his messengers. According to expert opinion, Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, is a subordinate expansion of Srimati Radharani. As Krishna has numerous expansions of Vishnu Murtis, so his pleasure potency, Radharani, also has innumerable expansions of goddesses of fortune. Therefore, the goddess of fortune, Lakshmiji, is always eager to be elevated to the position of the gopis. Srimati Radharani continued. You foolish bumblebee, you are trying to satisfy me and get a reward by singing the glories of Krishna, but it is a useless attempt. We gopis are bereft of all our possessions. We are away from our homes and families. We know very well about Krishna. We know even more than you. So whatever you make up about him will be old stories to us. Krishna is now in the city and is better known as the friend of Arjuna. He now has many new girlfriends who are no doubt very happy in his association. Because the lusty burning sensation of their breasts has been satisfied by Krishna, they are now happy. If you go there and glorify Krishna, they may be pleased to reward you. You are just trying to pacify me by your behavior as a flatterer, and therefore you have put your head upon my feet, under my feet. But I know the trick you are trying to play. I know that you are a messenger coming from an even greater trickster, Krishna. Therefore, please leave me. I can understand that you are expert in reuniting two opposing parties, but at the same time you must know that I cannot place my reliance upon you, nor upon your master, Krishna. We left our husbands, children, and relatives only for Krishna, yet he did not feel any obligation in exchange. At last, he left us forlorn. Do you think we can place our faith in him again? We know that Krishna cannot live for a moment without the association of young women. That is his nature. He is finding difficulty in Mathura because he is no longer in the village among innocent cowherd girls. He is in aristocratic society and must be feeling difficulty in making friendships with other young girls. Perhaps you have come here to canvass again or to take us there. But why should Krishna expect us to go there? He is greatly qualified to entice all other girls, not only in Vrindavan or Mathura, but all over the universe. His wonderfully enchanting smile is so attractive, and the movements of his eyebrows are so beautiful that he can call for any woman from the heavenly, middle, or platonic planets. Even Mahalakshmi, the greatest of all goddesses of fortune, hankers to render him some service. In comparison to all these women of the universe, what are we? We are very insignificant. Krishna advertises himself as magnanimous, and he is praised by great saints. His qualifications would be perfectly utilized if he would only show us some mercy, for we are so much downtrodden and neglected by him. You poor messenger, you are only a less intelligent servant. You do not know much about Krishna. How ungrateful and hard-hearted he has been, not only in this life, but in his previous lives also. We have all heard this from our grandmother Purnamasi. She has informed us that Krishna was born in a Kshatriya family previous to this birth and was known as Ramachandra. In that birth, instead of killing Vali, an enemy of his friend, in the manner of a Kshatriya, he killed him just like a hunter. A hunter takes a secure hiding place and then kills an animal without facing it. So Lord Ramachandra, as a Kshatriya, should have fought with Vali face to face, but instigated by his friend, he killed him from behind a tree. Thus he deviated from the religious principles of a Kshatriya. Also, he was so attracted by the beauty of Sita that he converted Suparnaka, the sister of Ravana, into an ugly woman by cutting off her nose and ears.
Suparnika proposed an intimate relationship with him, and as a Kshatriya, he should have satisfied her. But he was so henpecked that he could not forget Sita Devi and converted Suparnika into an ugly woman. Before that birth as a Kshatriya, he took his birth as a Brahmin boy known as Vamanadev and asked charity from Bali Maharaj. Bali Maharaj was so magnanimous that he gave him whatever he had. Yet Krishna as Vamanadev ungratefully arrested him just like a crow and pushed him down to the Patala kingdom. We know all about Krishna and how ungrateful he is. But here is the difficulty. In spite of his being so cruel and hard-hearted, it is very difficult for us to give up talking about him. And it is not only we who are unable to give up this talk, but great sages and saintly persons also engage in talking about him. We, gopis of Vrindavan, do not want to make any more friendships with this blackish boy. But we do not know how we shall be able to give up remembering and talking about his activities. Since Krishna is absolute, his so-called unkind activities are as relishable as his kind activities. Therefore, saintly persons and great devotees like the gopis cannot give up Krishna in any circumstances. Lord Chaitanya therefore prayed, Krishna, you are free and independent in all respects. You can either embrace me or crush me under your feet, whatever you like. You may make me broken-hearted by not letting me see you throughout my whole life, but you are my only object of love. In my opinion, Srimati Radharani continued, one should not hear about Krishna, because as soon as a drop of the nectar of his transcendental activities is poured into the ear, one immediately rises above the duality of attraction and rejection. Being completely freed from the contamination of material attachment, one gives up attachment for this material world, including family, home, wife, children, and everything else materially dear to every person. Being deprived of all material acquisitions, one makes his relatives and himself unhappy. Then he wanders in search of Krishna, either as a human being or another species of life, even as a bird, and voluntarily accepts the profession of a mendicant. It is very difficult to actually understand Krishna, his name, his qualities, his form, his pastimes, his paraphernalia, and his entourage. Srimati Radharani continued to speak to the black messenger of Krishna. Please, do not talk anymore about Krishna. It is better to talk about something else. We are already doomed like the black spotted she-deer in the forest who are enchanted by the sweet musical vibration of the hunter. In the same way, we have been enchanted by the sweet words of Krishna, and by thinking of the rays of his toenails again and again, we are becoming more and more lusty for his association. Therefore, I request you not to talk of Krishna anymore. These talks of Radharani with the bumblebee messenger, including her accusing Krishna in so many ways, and at the same time expressing her inability to give up talking about him, are signs of the topmost transcendental ecstasy called Mahabhav. The ecstatic Mahabhav manifestation is possible only in the persons of Radharani and her associates. Great acharyas like Srila Rupa Goswami, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur have analyzed these Mahabhav speeches of Srimati Radharani and described their different varieties, such as Ugrhurna, or bewilderment, and Jalpa, Pratijalpa, or talking in different ways. These are the signs of Ujvala Ras, or the brightest jewel of love of God. While Radharani was talking with the bee and the bee was flying hither and thither, it all of a sudden disappeared from her sight. She was in full mourning due to separation from Krishna and felt ecstasy by talking with the bee. But as soon as the bee disappeared, she became almost mad, thinking that the messenger bee might have returned to Krishna to inform him all about her talking against him. Krishna must be very sorry to hear it, she thought. In this way, she was overwhelmed by another type of ecstasy. In the meantime, the bee, flying hither and thither, appeared before her again. She thought, Krishna is still kind to me. In spite of the messengers carrying disruptive messages, he is so kind that he's again sent the bee to take me to him. Shrimati Radharani was very careful this time not to say anything against Krishna. My dear friend, I welcome you, she said. Krishna is so kind that he's again sent you. Krishna is so kind and affectionate to me that he has fortunately sent you back in spite of your carrying my message against him. All good fortune to you, my dear friend. Now you may ask from me whatever you want. I shall give you anything because you are so kind to me. You have come to take me to Krishna because he is not able to come here, being surrounded by the new girlfriends in Mathura. But you are a tiny creature. How can you take me there? How will you be able to help me meet Krishna while he is taking rest there with the goddess of fortune and embracing her to his chest? Never mind. Let us forget all these things about my going there or sending you. Please, let me know how Krishna is faring in Mathura. Tell me if he still remembers his foster father Nanda Maharaj, his affectionate mother Yashoda, his coward friends and his poor friends like us, the gopis. I am sure he must sometimes sing about us, who served him just like maidservants without any payment. Is there any possibility that Krishna will come back and place his guru-scented hand on our heads? Please, put all these inquiries to Krishna. Uddhava was standing near, and he heard Radharani talking in this way, as if she had become almost mad for Krishna. He was exceedingly surprised at how the gopis were accustomed to thinking of Krishna constantly in that topmost ecstasy of Mahabhav love. He had brought a message in writing from Krishna, and now he wanted to present it before the gopis. Just to pacify them, he said, My dear gopis, your mission of human life is now successful. You are all wonderful devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, you are eligible to be worshipped by all kinds of people. You are worshipable throughout the three worlds because your minds are wonderfully absorbed in the thought of Vasudeva Krishna. He is the goal of all pious activities and ritualistic performances, such as giving charity, rigidly following the austerity of vows, undergoing severe penances, and igniting the fire of sacrifice. He is the purpose behind chanting different mantras, reading the Vedas, controlling the senses, and concentrating the mind in meditation. These are some of the many different processes for self-realization and attainment or perfection of life. But actually they are meant only for realizing Krishna and dovetailing oneself in the transcendental loving service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the last instruction of the Bhagavad Gita also. Although they are descriptions of different processes of self-realization, at the end Krishna recommends that one give up everything and simply surrender unto him. All of the processes are meant for teaching one how to surrender ultimately unto the lotus feet of Krishna. The Bhagavad Gita also says that this surrendering process is completed by a sincere person after executing the processes of self-realization in wisdom and austerity for many births. Since the perfection of such austerity was completely manifested in the lives of the gopis,
Uddhava was fully satisfied upon seeing their transcendental position. He continued, "My dear gopis, the mentality you have developed in relationship with Krishna is very, very difficult to attain, even for great sages and saintly persons. You have attained the highest perfectional stage of life. It is a great boon for you that you have fixed your minds upon Krishna and have decided to have Krishna only, giving up your families, homes, relatives, husbands and children for the sake of the Supreme Personality. Because your minds are now fully absorbed in Krishna, the Supreme Soul, universal love has automatically developed in you. I think myself very fortunate that I've been favored by your grace to see you in this situation." When Uddhava said that he had a message from Krishna, the gopis were more interested in hearing the message than in hearing about their exalted position. They did not very much like being praised for their high position. They showed their anxiety to hear the message Uddhava had brought from Krishna. Uddhava said, "My dear gopis, I am especially deputed to carry this message to you, who are such great and gentle devotees. Krishna has specifically sent me to you because I am his most confidential servitor." Uddhava did not deliver to the gopis the written message brought from Krishna, but he personally read it to them. The message was very gravely written, so that not only the gopis, but all empiric philosophers might understand how pure love of God is intrinsically integrated with all the different energies of the Supreme Lord. From Vedic information, it is understood that the Supreme Lord has multi-energies, parasya sakti viridaya shriyate. Also, the gopis were such intimate personal friends of Krishna that while he was writing the message for them, he was so moved that he could not write distinctly. Uddhava, as a student of Brihaspati, had very sharp intelligence. So instead of handing over the written message, he thought it wise to read it personally and explain it to them. Uddhava continued, "These are the words of the personality of Godhead. My dear gopis, my dear friends, please know that separation between ourselves is impossible at any time, at any place, or under any circumstances, because I am all-pervading." This all-pervasiveness of Krishna is explained in the Bhagavad Gita in both the 9th and 7th chapters. In the 9th chapter, Krishna is described as all-pervasive in his impersonal feature. Everything rests in him, but he is not personally present everywhere. And in the 7th chapter, it is stated that the 5 gross elements, earth, water, fire, air, and sky, and the 3 subtle elements, mind, intelligence, and ego, are all his inferior energies. But there is another superior energy which is called the living entity. The living entities are also directly part and parcel of Krishna. Therefore, Krishna is both the material and the efficient cause of everything. He is always intermingled with everything as cause and effect. Not only the gopis, but all living creatures are always inseparably connected with Krishna in all circumstances. The gopis, however, are perfectly and thoroughly in cognition of this relationship with Krishna. Whereas the living entities, under the spell of Maya, the illusory energy, are forgetful of Krishna and think themselves separate identities, having no connection with him. So we got a long chapter, and our dear Krishna Prabhu is now just preparing Chota Radha Gopinath to go out to the swing. So we should accompany them by kirtan as they leave. So we have to leave it there. Of course, always continued. Devotees are always just want to hear more and more about Krishna, just like the gopis of Vrindavan. Jai Srila Prabhupada's Krishna Book ki, Shri Krishna Janmashtami ki, Go Premanandi Hari Hari Bo. Hare Krishna.
Ja, dan we wisselen dan op de week. Wat we wel hebben, dat de vrouwen en de mannen van elkaar zitten. Dus de ene week is de vrouwen op de mentalzaal en de mannen op de naast. En de andere week is dan dat is puur niet te veel afleiding bij de thuismeditatie. Als je jezelf eruit zit, met de vrouwen kan het natuurlijk ook zijn dat je toch af en toe weer oplost. Die vrouwen wel heel erg vallen op en dan vrouwen. En de mantra-meditatie zelf, die kunnen jullie natuurlijk ook snel uitproberen. Het is een hele makkelijke manier om te mediteren. Dus ik doe jullie zelf wel eens een beeld in. Want vaak wordt er dan bijvoorbeeld op de ademhaling gelet. Dus dan ook even concentreren op de ademhaling. Maar daarbij stopt heel snel je aandacht. En hierbij heb je dat minder, omdat je zeg maar zelf hard op die mantra's ook zet. Niet te hard, maar gewoon hard, zodat je het zelf kan horen. En je probeert tegelijkertijd heel erg geconcentreerd te luisteren naar de mantra die je zelf opzet. Is dit een hele fijne manier om te mediteren waar je minder uitstaat. En elke keer als je dan toch afgeleid wordt, dan probeer je direct terug te gaan naar het luisteren naar je eigen mantra's te opzetten. En zo leer je ook die gedachten die altijd maar op blijven gaan, die denkgeest, om die ook niet te serieus te nemen. Oké, als die doorgaat, terug naar het horen van de mantra's. En als je daar wat verdreven in wordt, dan kan je ook merken dat je gedurende de dag ook makkelijker ziet. Alert kan zijn op wat die denkgeest allemaal. Soms kan je helemaal volslaan. Als iemand iets vervelends tegen je heeft gezegd, dan zit het wat van malen in je hoofd. Ik had het niet moeten zeggen en dat. Hoe wil ik dat tegen mij te zeggen? Het kan helemaal volslaan. En als je dan bij dat soort situaties makkelijker kan zien van, dus mijn denkgeest die daar is gebleven. Ik wil gewoon weer hier en nu zijn. Dus dat kan je dus ook door geregeld te mediteren, kan je er van afkomen. Van een denkgeest die altijd maar een denken is. Dat maakt het levensstuk beter. Dus jullie krijgen straks allemaal mantra-kaartjes mee. Dus thuis ook hier gelijk tegen hier. Zo, dat is het geen doen. Iedereen is ooit begonnen thuis te rennen. Er zijn nog mensen die gewoon met 10 minuutjes per dag of zo per dag dan op zo'n goede manier al beginnen. Want deze mantra die staat eigenlijk maar 3 woordjes. Hare die staat voor de vrouwelijke liefdesenergie. Het altaar staat voor de Radhadesh, dat is de ring van Krishna. Dus de vrouwelijke liefdesenergie. Krishna staat voor de alleraantrekkelijkste. En de Rama staat voor de bron van alle vrouwen. Dus de hele fijne mensen die zelf al vrolijk van. Dus wij zingen natuurlijk ook die mantra, dus dat zou ik even laten horen.
is heel. Dan kan je ze in ieder geval heel gebruiken.
Ja, dat werkt dat dan niet. Dat kluis dan niet.
Ja, ik heb een hele kleine Sheila, dus die is te klein voor de vorm van de bloemensfeer.
Oh ja, en dat een koor.
Ja, maar zoals zijn stoel is zo klein, dus die vergt gewoon een bloem. Maar we hebben het hier vaak mooi gelezen de laatste tijd. Ook al even chakras lezen is en ook altijd zo mooi. Geef zulke mooie lezingen. Ja, hij heeft een lezing gegeven. Ik hoop dat ze die hebben opgeslagen. Chakra heeft op vrijdag een lezing gegeven. Ik hoop dat ze die hebben bewaard, apart opgeslagen. Over de 7 tempels in Vrindavan. Als voorbereiding op Janmashtami. Dat is ook echt een moeite waard. Dit is een bloemenspringer die iemand heeft gemaakt al. En die wil ik uit elkaar halen, maar dat wil ik in elkaar doen, zodat ze niet zien. Nee, ik ga het doen.
sent away for some very nice decorations. They were dressing, and they were, normally they were dressed. Even, they were supposed to, they did it. So probably by tomorrow, whatever has to be adjusted, they adjust. I haven't made any sure. Something, it won't happen. And normally, one of them will adjust, and I don't have one strike, I don't want to. Yeah. Making me nervous, probably gonna get all wet if I get the dance.
Oh yeah, before it gets wet there.
Yeah.
It's our memory. Good one, I was wondering.
Just put it here.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
I'm gonna go see if I can find out people that she can.
Oh yeah, oh, that's of course. Something missing there.
One of the gods is missing. One of the gods is his boyfriend. Are you gonna come to the dance tonight? Oh, should be. Let's see if we can find a somewhere.
Is dance ready just for the dance?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is. Oh, this is soft.
Gopinath Shyama Kunti Radha Kunti Govardhana ki Vrindavan Nama ki Janmashtami ki Premanande. Glory Shri Samudra. Glory Shri Samudra. Glory Shri Samudra. Oh, glory to Lord Shri Shri. So, like now, we just had the opportunity, especially for those who are not Brahmins, to be very close with Krishna. So I noticed that not many took the opportunity to sit so close to Krishna, to see them so close, be able to perform service to them. So these festival days, they are there to increase your devotion, to give you a chance. So please, next time, take advantage of all these, the Dula Yatra festivals, etc., or if you're Jagannath goes on a parade. Take a chance, be with them, and try not to avoid to socialize too much. It's nice to see each other if you haven't seen each other for a year, but when Hare Krsna comes out, they want to see the devotees around them. That's why they come out, and they want to give you a chance. So there's no use of sitting there and there and there. So next time, don't let me see you. Srila Prabhupada, by whose mercy we all come here together, and able to appreciate these wonderful pastimes. Keep!
What's the next program? It will be at 6, gift ceremony.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram.
It was so serious that I decided, you know what? I want to go back to the temple fight. But she was 18.
Hare Ram.
I don't think your mother would have tolerated it. Well, we checked you were allowed to be young and have your that is.
Hare Ram. Hare Ram.
And I should try to teach teenagers English. And I'm like, ha, na, 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 na. That's karma. Yeah, I'm nearly finished. Ja, ik denk dat het er zo 43 zijn. Ze gaan allemaal nog niet tegelijkertijd. Hè? Nee, ze gaan om en dan gaan ze af. Dan worden ze uit de bijna gegeven, dan gaan er weer nieuwe op. Nee, nee. Vooral dat sommige iemand heeft sommige invalsingen gemaakt. Nee, ze doet de beste gedaan, ze moeten er zeker smaak in. Ja. Dus ik wil dus niet uit elkaar halen. Oude dame en wat geen zin voor de hoofd gestoten. I say. Ja, dat is bijna. Dit is de laatste.
Haribol, Haribol. Haribol. Right? Oh yeah. Hare Krishna, everybody. So we will be starting with the gift ceremony. So if anybody still wants to give a gift to Krishna on his appearance day, you can come forward and place it here onto the altar. And so I will be reading the letters which you have been writing for the Lord. So first of all, we wish to thank Nikunja Vasini and her crew for making this beautiful outfit. And Haribo! And Tarini and all the Matajis who were helping her this morning in making this beautiful decoration. Haribo! So we have a list here.
No, that's it.
To read the names here on the donations. So we have here on this little frame in the middle, under the Giriraj, we have all the people who were donating some bigger or smaller amount towards the purchase of this beautiful outfit. And let me see. The new day outfit today is offered by Namakirti. Namakirti, Vraja Bhumi and Mayapur Das, Gita Govinda, Kirta Kumari and Ananda Vrindavan, Sri Rangavati, Taruni and Achyuta Jagannath, Mandira, the Mahastand by Tulsi Priya, Linda van den Akker, Vishaka and Mirabai, Dasharat and Mandakini, Gopal Champu, Naimisharanya and Kaira Krishna, Cindy van den Abele, oh, she's now Chintamani Nam, Bhakta Pranadan, Vrinda and Nitai, Shri Sundari and family, and Ikachakra Gram and family. Haribo! Big thanks to everybody. And the Abhishek and flowers are sponsored by the Reshap Yadav, Monique Yadav, Poonam Yadav, Balaraj Yadav, Mandira and Vishaka and Mirabai. Haribo! So now for Shri Shri Radha Gopinath from Hrida Chaitanya and family. Haribo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Inside is a card and a beautiful Lakshmi donation. O Lord Gopinath, we do not pray at your lotus feet to be saved from the duality of existence or to escape this green hell of boiling tribulations. We pray to you only to develop love for you within our heart of hearts, birth after birth. This is a verse from the Mukundamala Stotram. All glories to you from Hrida Chaitanya Das and family. Haribo! And here is a card written nicely. Hoera, it's your birthday. Gefeliciteerd met je verjaardag, Krishna. We kennen elkaar nog maar kort, maar ik hoop nog vele jaren samen van jouw geluk te kunnen genieten. Joey. Haribo! To my dearest Radha Gopinath, there is no name. Let's see if there is a little card inside, and there is a Lakshmi donation. A special silver coin voor Krishna van Henry. Hare Krishna. Haribo! Haribo! Have a card, another nice Lakshmi donation. Thank you, dear Sri Krishna, for your kindness upon us. Hare Krishna. No name. Says, happy birthday, Hare Krishna. There's no name. Dear Gopinath, please accept this little gift in your service by Hare Krishna and Krishna Shakti.
Jai Ho!
For our most merciful Radha Gopinath from Jivani and family and friends. Inside is also Lakshmi donation. And this is from Dear Krishna. I am so happy that I turned to you thank you for watching over me and for all the love you give me. Forever yours, Braja Bhakti Das. Haribo. And on the other side of the card is Dear Krishna, thank you so much for coming into my life and guide me. Hare Krishna, Puspasari Devidasi. Haribo. Red berries. Krishna from Nama Kirtan. So we have a card here. Whoa. Happy birthday, dear Krishna. Oh. It's in something. For you?
It is from Mathura, Telugu.
Ah, Telugu. You want to read the card? Personal. Okay. Dear Sri Sri Radha Gopinath, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to you, dear Sri Sri Radha Gopinath. We want to thank you for all the mercy you give to us, the guidance, the lessons in life we learn. Every day is a surprise, and we are so happy to be in the association of devotees under your guidance. Your servants, Suryakanya and Katikari, Radhishyam, Janavi and Anjali. Haribo! Nice fragrant rose oil. Haribo! Happy from Janmastami, Sriji Devidasi and Ravindra Swarup. Inside is also a Lakshmi donation. Dear Gopinath, please allow this jewelry to be beautified by having your beloved pujaris place it on your infinitely fascinating form, aspiring to serve your servants Jayabhadra Dasi. Haribo! Thank you. Nice. Jewelry. Haribo!
Relax, relax. Yo.
Hey.
To our dear Gopinath, a little something for your birthday. I pray you have a beautiful day, full of joy, surrounded by many presents, offerings, and your dear devotees. Yours always, Chitra Vikadasi. Haribo! Oil.
Joy.
Ready.
Happy Appearance Day, dear Lord. Please keep me close to your lotus feet in the service of His Divine Grace, Bhaktivedanta Swami, your aspiring servant, Vasudhamadan. Haribo! Inside some Lakshmi. Haribo! Mridani and Eddie, who are serving in separation. Haribo! Mridani a long time ago was also Pujari in Radhadesh serving the deities. Oh, beautiful. Earrings. And Janmastami Radhadesh, my dear Sri Sri Radha Gopinath, all glories to you on your most auspicious appearance day in this material world. Please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Thank you for your endless and unending mercy upon me and Nitai Chara. Thank you for keeping us safe and under your protection. Thank you for making my many faults and shortcomings and for giving me the chance to engage in Harinam Sankirtan and the Yuga Dharma for this age. May I always engage in Harinam Sankirtan until my final breath. Thank you for considering my request. Please make me your loving servant, yours faithfully, Ratimanjari Devidasi. Haribo! Dear Sri Sri Radha Gopinath, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for your mercy and please allow us to keep taking shelter of your lotus feet. Your humble servants, Syama Priya Devidasi, Ras Acharya Das and Dirk. Haribo! Dear Krishna, happy appearance day. A gift from our garden for your pleasure. Haribo. Servant Purna Tattva and Tarunyamrita Devidasi. Haribo. To the most beloved Radha Gopinath on the most auspicious Janmastami day. And here we have Lakshmi donation and with love from Jita Kamala and Ambika. Please bless us to serve and love you more and more. Haribo! Beautiful card of baby Krishna. Sri Krishna Janmastami 2024. Dear Lord, you are so beautiful and merciful. If you don't mind, please keep us here in this amazing temple, allowing us to perform some seva for you. Please remain always in our heart, servants of the servants of your servants, Rohini Nandana Das and Madan Mohana Mohini Devidasi. Haribo! Thank you very much for all your service in the temple as pujaris also. So, it looks that was it. How is with the timing? Okay. We're nicely on time, so we'll invite you to do some bhajans now.
Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Rama Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Rama Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya Govinda Jaya Jaya Gopala Jaya Jaya Radha Rama Hare Govinda Jaya Jaya Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Jai. Hare Krishna. It's my first day. I was playing this instrument. Yes, sir. I was lost
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Radha Gopinath ki.
Vajayo Jaya Gaura Chande Arodhika Soba Ki Vajayo Jaya Gaura Chande Arodhika Soba Jagamana loba Dakhine nikahai chahan Vamegadada Vasa chahat radala Mase ache Gaurachan Ratna Singhasane Arate kare navra Hari deva gane Nara hari hari kore Chamara dolaya Jaya Mukunda Madhu Gosare Gaya Shankara Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karatala Vaje karata Madhura Mridang Vaje Paramara Sala Madhura Mridang Vaje Shankar Bhaje, Ganta Bhaje, Madhur Madhur, Madhur Bhaje. Shankar Bhaje, Ganta Bhaje, Madhur Madhur, Madhur Bhaje. Madhu, 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 Bhaje. Madhu, 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 Bhaje. Haribo, 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 Vitai go, Haribo. Chandra Chiri Varna Uchala Rishi Vanamala Kore Chala Mahala Sukha Naharada Prem Garagada Shiva Sukha Naharada Prem Garagada Bakate no devi Gorda Sambada Kiba Jaya Jaya Gora Chande Arutiko Soba Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Timate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Prabhupada Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nivasesha Sunyavadi Pachachare Shatarine Prabhupada Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadara Sri Vatari Gaur Bhakta Vedanta Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadara Trivatari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Nityananda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadara Trivatari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Nityananda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hari Bol Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari Bol. Jai Radha Gopinatha, Radha Gopinatha, Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai.
Nitai go Haribo, 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 Nitai go Haribo. Nitai go Haribo, 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 Nitai go Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Glory to the Nandi. Jaya Asutari Saki Sisuma. Divine loving grace in the 80 Bhakti-Siddhanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada ki. ISKCON founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki. Ananti Koti Vaishnavrinda ki. Namacharya Srila Harirasa Guru ki. Prem se Kosi ke Suchitanya Prabhu Chananda Sri Advaita Gadara Sivasiri Gaura Bhaktivinoda ki. Shri Hare Krsna Gopinath Shama Kunti Radhikund Giri Govardhana ki. Sri Vrindavan Dhama ki. Sri Navadvip Dhama ki. Sri Dwarka Dhama ki. Sri Gonita ki. Sri Jagannath Baladev Subhadmanani ki. Sri Radha Gopinath Lalita Vishakadevi ki. Sri Krishna Janmashtami ki. Gaura Premanande. Oh, glory Sri Sama devotees. Oh, glory Sri Sama devotees. Oh, glory Sri Sama devotees. Oh, glory to the Lord Sri Sri Guru and Guru.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Galadaladarayine. Hiranyakasipo Vakshaha Shilatankana Kalaye Ito Nisingo Parato Nisingo Yato yato yamitato nitsingo. Yato yato yamitato nitsingo. Bahiye nitsingo, hridaye nitsingo. Narasingamadim saranam prapade. Narasingamadim saranam prapade. Davagara kamalavare nakam abhuta singam. Dolita Hiranyakasipu Tanuvringa Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Bolo Kalita Hiranyakasipu Tanuvringa Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Jai Jagadisa Hare Kesavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisa Hare
Jai Jagadish Hare, Jai Jagadish Hare, Kesavadrita. Jai Nitsingadev, Jai Nitsingadev, Nitsingadev, Jai Nitsingadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Hariba, 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 Hariba. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Haribo, 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 Haribo. Jai Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki, Shri Prahlad Maharaj ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Haribo. So now everyone is requested to go to the community yoga hall, which is in the retreat center. And there, the following 2 hours, 1 hour, 3/4, there will be performances, dance performances, theater, music. So please, everyone, if you can, please go to the community hall and not to the tent, because change of plan, it's always there in the Krishna conscious movement that we change our plans because the Lord wants something else. So we go to the community hall, and please, everyone, if you don't know where it is, you go to the retreat center, you go around the restaurant, you go inside the retreat center, first floor, and then the big community hall, and there will be all the performances starting 5 minutes ago. Haribo. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki, Shri Krishna Jamashtami Mahotsava ki Jai. Gaura Premanande.
geen offering tot dan, hè?
Nee, maar ik was echt vooral de mensen die nog langskomen en dingen.
Maar ze doen het nu nog geen om...
Normaal doen ze een offering, dus, maar dan zit het op de screen.
Oké, ja.
Ik ook de hele dag de screen.
Maar de tweede doen ze later.
Juist, de tweede doen ze later, de offering doen ze bij de screen. Nee, want Krishna's stuk is en ik heb even een kwam en zeg al open, het is 9 uur, blijf hier, je moet altijd een beetje aan je blijven. Ja, ze kunnen soms spelen op het altaar, maar ik probeer die gebruiken op het altaar. Niet te zeggen. Oké, happy Namaste. You too, happy Namaste.
Qui font partie du programme. Mais après 1 heure, tous ceux qui font partie de la retraite, ils vont aller à la salle.
Je prends un chanteur Radhadesh.
Au moins pour la deuxième moitié.
Mais la première, peut-être quelqu'un peut chanter dans un chuta.
Il faudra voir si, oui, il y a plein qui sont là. Il faudra voir comment le matin se passe. Mais je sais qu'il y en a plein qui vont trop et puis on peut voir hyper grosse équipe.
Ok, je te montrerai quelqu'un à quelqu'un. Mais le jour même, on décidera. Comme ça. Merci.
Hare
Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Lalita Saki Gunaramita Vishake Vrishabhanudade Navashashileke Lalita Saki Gunaramita Vishake Vrishabhanudade Navashashileke Lalita Saki Guna Ramita Vishake Karunam Kuru Maye Karunam Kurumayi Karunabarite Shanakasanatana Varnita Charite Karunam Kurumayi Karunambarite Shanakasanatana Varnita Charite Karunam Kurumayi Karunabarite Sanakasanatana Varnita Charite Karunam Kurumayi Karunabarite Sanakasanatana Varnita Charite Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Gokulataruni Mandala Mahite Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Gokula Taruni Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Taruni Mandala Mahite Madhava Daite
Vrindavanite Gokula Taruni Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite Gokula Taruni Mandala Mahite Gokula Taruni Mandala Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more time, please, everyone. Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite Bolo, Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite, Gokula Tharune Mandala Mahite, Gokula Tharune Mandala Mahite, Gokula Tharune Mandala Mahite, Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite, 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 Gokula Tharune Mandala Mahite, Gokula Tharune Mandala Mahite, Gokula Tharune Mandala Mahite, Gokula Tharune Mandala Mahite, Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhav Daite. 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 Madhav Daite. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gopinath ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare